right. I think it's about time we got started. There, right there. All things are looking good. That's good. That's good. All right, let's get the stuff turned on here. So that's on. I gotta. There we go. That should. There we go. All right. So that's that. And good. And let's see. Which one is it? It's. Oh no, not that one. Oh wait, no, it is this one. Oh no, yeah, we need. Okay, yeah. Yep. So. I see. We do that one, and oops, no. Well, actually, yeah. There we go. Okay, let's get the other one going. Oop, there we go. All right. Perfect. We're back. What up? What up, chat? How's it going? How's it going, everybody? Let me see here. Actually, why is this screenshot? Why is it gray on that? Weird. I don't know. Whatever. What up? What up? How's it going? Hi. Hello. Hello. So as a reminder for anybody who might be new here on YouTube specifically, so we have technically a chat overlay function that shows like on-screen text chat. Unfortunately, or as some of you may have seen during previous live streams, unfortunately, for whatever reason, I have absolutely no idea why, it just doesn't work with TikTok, despite the despite the service saying that it works with TikTok, and then it currently still does not work with YouTube, because the stupid issue that we've been having with the channel as far as like third-party integration goes, has still not been resolved by YouTube, even though at this point I have sent multiple text messages and or not text messages, but like, you know, email notifications. I've hit them up on like the chat center and help stuff. Yeah, see? Yeah, so we're going Twitch works, which is awesome, but then for whatever reason TikTok just flat out just does not work. And then YouTube is still just broken. So it's like, great. So only a third of all of the accounts that we have connected to for live stream stuff actually work, or like will actually show up on screen, which is so cool. It's the best. Oh boy. But you know, that's just how it is. So like, again, like the YouTube thing, yeah, that's just something's broken on my channel and YouTube is just dragging ass actually getting around to fixing it. And then I have just absolutely no idea what's going on with the TikTok thing. Lazy Catman on Twitch, thank you for the follow. Let's go. Thank you for the follow. Let's go. Let me go ahead and click some stuff here. Hold on a second. Let's do that. And then that one. Yeah, because that should work. That should work there. That's so weird that messages don't show up on the overlay. That doesn't make any sense. Oh well. All right. So that's good. see here real quick. Hold on. Odd. All right, let's go ahead and jump into the game. So basically, for anybody who's been like, you know, keeping up with just Fallout stuff in general, you will know that this week the 100 gigabyte update for consoles dropped. Basically, it expanded the storage size of like, you know, mods on, like, you know, Xbox, PlayStation, stuff like that. From, I can't remember what it originally was, but it's like, it's a 100 gigabyte update, so you can put a lot more mods on console now for Xbox, or for Fallout 4, which is really cool. We love to see that. We love to see that for our console brethrens, being given more access to more of the amazing mods that the community puts out. The downside is that, what is it? The downside is that the community, or the mod community rather, has to then turn around and basically, like, you know, update their stuff, update their mods so that it works with the current build. For the script extender, which is like the main thing that you need for actually modding the game. Like, if you don't have the script extender, you just can't mod the game. You can mod it a little bit if you don't have the script extender, but for the most part, the only real thing, or not, well, you need the script extender for a lot more like in-depth streaming stuff, or not streaming, modding. The downside, though, on top of that, is that then from there, the individual mod authors then have to go back and tinker with stuff and update stuff. The primary, not the primary, but like some of the biggest ones are like the, what is it? The unofficial patch, which did get an update. Usually the people who work on like the unofficial patches and the script extenders and stuff, they're usually like right on that. Like, they get that stuff done lickety split. Unfortunately, currently, as of actually probably right now, let me actually double check here real quick. Oops. Do you have the Fallout 76 monthly subscription? I do. Sure do. Where is it? Yeah, it still hasn't been updated. A pivotal mod for a lot of other mods, the address library, currently has not yet updated. The last time it was updated was back in December. But, you know, we just got the new update. And I believe that mod specifically is only run by like one guy. So pretty much, modding is still in a little bit of a limbo phase, until people can actually, or until the team can actually get that mod updated. Or the team, the individual, whoever it is specifically that works on that mod. So it's like, yay, good thing. Bethesda has finally put out this big update for the game. Downside, the modding community kind of has to catch up to it, which is, you know, kind of a bummer. But, you know, it is what it is. That's why we got Fallout 76. Because like, I didn't, you know, we're, as I've said, we're currently in like a strange place with Fallout. There's a lot of stuff like going on, but not a lot of stuff happening in a sense. And that includes both the main game as well as the modding scene. And as far as like the modding scene goes, there's a lot of like big projects and stuff that are still like in the works. But they're not like, you know, out yet. So it's kind of like, you know, you just play what you can, right? For whatever reason, I have no idea why. I think it might be on Nexus's side. I can't actually download any mods, which is really weird. So not only can we not mod Fallout 4 specifically because the address library needs to get updated, but we also can't go in and mod like other games like, you know, New Vegas or Fallout 3 or anything, because for whatever reason downloads aren't working for Nexus. So yeah, poor timing to be a streamer of Fallout on this beautiful, lovely Friday. But that's why we got Fallout 76, right? Just to kind of like jump in and just have some fun with it. Whoops, that's not the right one. I want to get, hold on one second. Let me get the right windows open here. There we go. Okay. Was there something I was like waiting on for? I don't think there was anything I was waiting on. Let me just grab that free thing right there. No, yeah, I don't think I was holding off on getting anything till the stream started. Oops, that's not the right one. Where do you think Fallout 5 will take place? I'm almost certain that Fallout 5 is going to take place in fuck, what is it? San Francisco, like, you know, Southern California, like almost assuredly. I have seen very little, like, not, oh, I guess I just, oh, there we go. What is it? I haven't seen a whole lot of strong evidence or strong arguments to be made to point to like any other location. Like, I think a lot of people are still sort of, it's because it's like not as common these days, but I think a lot of people are still like, oh my god, it'd be awesome if it took place in what is it, like New Orleans, Louisiana. And it's like, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. With Bethesda's like track record, there's a stronger argument to be made that it's going to take place on the East Coast. But then, like, you know, with the TV show, try to find another world. Yeah. With the TV show, they kind of like changed that. Like, Bethesda wasn't in charge of the show, or isn't in charge of the show. So, you know, they could still be going by their original pattern. But there's a bigger possibility that it's going to be, you know, not so strictly to like one part of the country, and then they could branch out and stuff. So, you know, Louisiana, I think, is also always a possibility, but at the same time, it's chance, right? The chance that that's going to be the next location is right up there with literally any other state. Like, it'd be cool. It's always a possibility, but it's just not a strong possibility, in my opinion, anyway. Let's get out of here. I think it should be Fallout Hawaii. That's Hawaii specifically is new. I know that there's like at least one mod project. I think is it Ashfall? Yeah, it is Ashfall. For some reason I was thinking Ashfall was somewhere else. But yeah, but it's like that's New Vegas, right? Ashfall is taking place, or is going to take place, in Hawaii. And then I heard that, what was it? I think there was also a separate Fallout mod that was going to also take place in Hawaii that is called Fallout Hawaii. But I can't remember if that was like a separate, like actually legitimate mod project, or just like a fake mod project that this pretty well-known troll in the community was sort of like propping up as like, oh, this is going to be like the next big thing. I can't remember off the top of my head, but Fallout Iowa would be interesting, especially being like closer to like the Great Lakes and stuff. I think that the location that most people see as like, oh, this is going to be like the best one, or like, as far as, what is it, like the location that, like, the community favorite locations are obviously like, you know, New Zealand, like New Orleans, and then where's another one? I've seen a lot of people say Alaska. I think that'd be interesting. I think that would be a lot harder given not only the topography of Alaska, but also, like, besides Anchorage, there's not like a whole lot of lore relevant stuff up there. Plus, it's like all separated from like the rest of the continental United States. So, like, I mean, more isolated locations would be interesting, because I think there could be a lot of interesting stories that can be told along those lines. But like Alaska, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. But I think like the bigger favorites are like back in California, New Orleans. I've seen a lot of people say like Colorado. A lot of people saying like maybe Wisconsin or like Chicago. Wait, no. Wait, was it Chicago? Yeah. No, it was somewhere else. No, yeah, I'm equating two different things to one thing specifically. They were saying like Denver, and like Colorado and like stuff like that. Fallout tornadoes, yeah, and like Iowa. See, and like that'd be an interesting thing because one of the things that I think Bethesda has more so been sort of like slowly building on, in specifically like Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, has been like a larger, more dynamic weather system. Because we didn't really see, like, prior to Fallout 4, I remember in, like, Zion Canyon and Zion Canyon only, in New Vegas, seeing rain. Like, you never saw rain anywhere else in Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas. Like, not a drop. The weather never changed. But I mean, you know, again, besides that in Zion Canyon, New Vegas. But in Fallout 4, you had a complete, I think my P&G guy is goofing up again. Give me 1 second. I don't know, he's not really goofing, he was just being weird. Alright, we're good. But yeah, so like, the weather system, it's been something that they've been like slowly like improving, right? In 4, it just added like, you know, rain, fog, you know, a pretty typical, pretty standard, you know, weather system, for the time when it released, you know, 2015, it probably wasn't like, you know, the best weather system, but I think it was a pretty solid weather system, a pretty decent upgrade. And then in Fallout 76, which was 2018, God, this game is almost 10 years old. That's crazy. Like, it's still, you know, a couple ways away from that, but like, damn, that's nuts. In Fallout 76, it upgraded so that the weather system and more so like the lighting and stuff like that was a bit more, what is it? They basically like tightened it up, right? It's a bit more like concrete. Why is this still? Hold on 1 second. Let me just close and open that up again. Oops, come on. Get on the right page. There we go. There we are. Okay. Good. This should be... Let's see here. Is it not? What is that? Hold on a sec. It is. That's weird. Yeah. All right, we're good. I think. Probably. We'll see. But yeah, so like more dynamic weather systems and more like environmentally dangerous weather systems. I think that would be really interesting because we kind of saw something like that introduced with Fallout 4 and like rad storms. So having something like, you know, strong winds or tornadoes or something like that, I think that would be kind of interesting because it would introduce this element of like, you know, like the world itself being more of like an active enemy in the sense that it can, you know, like actually do damage to you, especially if they like continue to build up the settlement system. I think that would be really interesting because then it's like, oh, you know, the weather can like do damage to your settlement and stuff like that. I think that'd be crazy. That would add like a whole new weather. And then like depending on where they set the game, it could become like a much bigger, like not only like locationally relevant, but more so like lore relevant. So for example, they could do something like they could have it set maybe not directly in, but perhaps closer to like the Divide proper. closer to that area in the Midwest where the Brotherhood of Steel went down. Because that whole when it had like the fucking Zeppelins and shit like that. That I think would be really interesting because that plays not only into the lore of that area specifically, but also on a mechanical level. Then they can introduce like much more, violent weather systems that have an impact on both the player and whatever, you're trying to like build up. And I think from a narrative standpoint, that would more so push them to, from a narrative standpoint, make like rebuilding a much more narratively important plot point, which I think would be really interesting because they did that with 4, but it was only like to a certain extent, right? Like it wasn't a huge part of the game, but it was like a part of the game. And it's like, I don't know. I always kind of like, I always feel like I have a pretty good, like finger on the pulse of the community and stuff like that. And I think that more people like the settlement system than not, but it's not like, an 80-20 split. It's probably closer to like a 60-40 or maybe 65, I think. I want to see them tornadoes. They're 3 miles wide and instantly kill you. In a video game, right? Uh-oh. There's actually some, fuck, I can't remember what it was. There's some game that's coming out that's basically that. What was it? What was it based off of? It has sort of like, what's the vibe? I want to say like something like Repo, to where it's like you have a certain amount of time to like grab all your stuff and then like evacuate before a giant tornado comes in and like fucking demolishes you, something like that. I remember seeing it like a clip from like a Queso stream where he like watched the trailer for it and he's like, oh hell yeah, we're gonna play this. I'm like, that actually looks kind of interesting. I've been seeing so many like interesting and unique like ideas for games recently, right? There's this one, and it's not always like, oh, like the idea is like, brand new and unique and like nobody's ever thought of it before. A lot of them are just sort of like, yeah, okay, the approach or like the scope that they're trying to go, that they're trying to create with this game, is kind of interesting. There's one that's, what is it? It's basically like you're what was the goal? I can't remember what it was, but it's basically like a pirate game, a co-op pirate game kind of thing. And you like go to different islands, and it's a lot more like survival based, and each island kind of has its own like little mini adventure. It's little like, little expedition that you can get up to, and it's supposed to be like, oh, it's going to take you a while to do like each of the different things on the different islands, and then you improve your ship, and you maybe get new NPC crewmates and stuff like that. And it looked pretty fun. It seemed kind of cool, especially on like a co-op setting. I think that's really cool. What is it? There was another one. It was by the people who made both Peak and Another Crab's Treasure. Both of which we've played on stream before, and both of them are great games. It's a little like tiny game. It's called Crash Out Crew. It's basically like you're basically like a warehouse operator, and you drive a forklift, and it's like you and 4 other friends. You drive your funny little forklifts, and you try to get stuff packed into the what is it? Like pack stuff into the truck. Like as quickly as you can, and then yeah, it's not a very complicated game, but it looked fun. It looks pretty cool. I played like a little bit of it yesterday. I picked it up. It's like $5 or some shit right now. That's pretty fun. I like it. What is it? Aggro Crab. That's the studio. Aggro Crab is really good at like making games that have small concepts into like very enjoyable experiences. They're very dense. They're very dense developers.
slip by without drawing attention.
I want a Fallout game set near the Great Lakes. Yeah, that was something else that I said before was something that I think the community is more like, you know, the more popular locations for the communities or for, you know, that the community kind of kicks around every once in a while for Fallout 5 being like something set near the Great Lakes, right? I think that'd be actually really cool. I think that, because like I said, there's the one that's going to like 1,000,000,000% happen. Like, I would be incredibly surprised if we didn't go to you know, didn't go back to San Francisco for Fallout 5. Like, incredibly surprised, because all signs are pointing in that direction. But if we didn't go there, I think it would be really cool to go to, like, you know, St. Louis and the Great Lakes region. I think that'd be amazing, especially with, like, because it's especially, you know, Bethesda's always, like, you know, cannibalizes their own games, right? They take bits and pieces from one game, use the technology to advance, you know, an aspect of another game. They did that with, They did that with the settlement system, the settlement building system, the house building system, that I think technically, like, originally started with, what is it, Morrowind? I think it was Morrowind. Or maybe it was Oblivion. I can't remember. It was kind of Oblivion, but mostly, like, really took off with Skyrim. And then we got, like, an evolution of in Fallout 4 with the settlement building system. We got an ad starting on Twitch here pretty soon. If you guys on Twitch want to see less ads, consider becoming a member. But yeah, they originally, or like, it was originally like the settlement system, or the house building system in Skyrim, and then it turned into the settlement building system with Fallout 4. And then from there, it turned into the camp system with Fallout 76. And then from there, it turned into the outpost system in Starfield. So it's one of those things where it's just always like, and that's just one example, right? That's one of those things where it's like always, they're constantly like refining like one specific thing, right? And then with Starfield specifically, they introduced They introduced a shipbuilding mechanic, right? They introduced the spaceship building mechanic specifically with Starfield. But then, like, there's a lot of people who are saying, like, oh, like, there's going to be a shipbuilding system in in Elder Scrolls 6, and it's probably going to be like you know, obviously it's going to be like, you know, sailing ships, right? And it's going to be a lot more, like, refined and fleshed out, right? So it's going to be bigger. It's going to be a bigger deal, most likely. You know, we don't have any definitives, but there's a high probability. A lot of people are fairly certain that there's going to be, like, actual, like, sailing ship build mechanics in the game. And then from there, there's a likelihood that that same technology is going to be taken and applied back into Fallout. So I think it'd be pretty cool. And I think that the numbers are trending in a direction, maybe not super strongly, but I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see some kind of larger, you know, sailing mechanic built into Fallout 5, or maybe like a spin-off game, right? Make the internet cuss again. Damn straight. Make them say a swear.
The code signal's coming from an extremely dangerous enemy in your area. Approach with caution and make every shot count.
I'm gonna approach with reckless abandon. That's what I'm gonna do. Fucking over here telling me what to do. You fucking piece of ass. Wow, you are dying very quickly. These guys usually die a lot faster. Either they got debuffed or I got upbuffed. Either way, I'm good with that. Anything that makes it so I can finish this fucking bullshit faster. Especially decrypted. I hate the decryption one. Like, it's not awful, it just takes a lot longer. Gotta run over here. No, shut up. Fuck it. There we go. Fallout Ocean, like a Fallout game that just takes place on the ocean. That's you like. It's not exactly a hot take or anything, but I think that's kind of what a lot of people were expecting when they saw the map of Fallout 4, right? Because there's so much of that map that's just water. And I think that a lot of people were kind of disappointed that there weren't more, maybe not seafaring, but something going on with like the water or the ocean, and there just wasn't as much, unfortunately. I think it'd be really cool if they sort of like revisited that. Like, it's probably, wasn't there originally going to be a sea monster? So they talked about Old Peg, the ghoul whale, in like, the lore and stuff like that. Which one is this? Safe and Sound? Nah, I don't want to do that one. Let's go to the resort. Exterior, because we got to go to the shop. I don't think that there was originally going to be like an actual sea monster in like off the Boston Harbor, but there was going to be a mission where you could go to an underwater vault, like a DLC. I think it was originally going to be just a vanilla, like a baseline mission, but then they decided, we can make a DLC out of this. But then just for whatever reason, the DLC never materialized. But what it was originally going to be was you go into an underwater vault, and I think it was either, like, obviously everybody's dead inside, but I think it was either actively collapsing or like you being there like resulted in the location beginning to like, deteriorate or something like that. Something to that effect. But yeah, in the actual, playing of the mission, near the end you would encounter like a giant psychic squid, which was like, the bad guy of the encounter, which is pretty cool. It's interesting because there's actually like, I remember seeing like a Wikipedia page that was basically like a step-by-step, like a walkthrough for how the mission would have played out based on like, data miners and them sort of like reverse engineering, like, like this trigger point was in this location and like this specific thing was in that location. So they sort of like, worked backwards and figured out basically what the idea of the mission was going to be. And it was basically something like that. Like, I think you get there and like it's already collapsing or something like that, or just has been obviously dilapidated. And then like the psychic squid is there, and I can't remember if he was like, maybe he was the overseer. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. But it was pretty cool. And especially since that specifically shows that Bethesda has or had at one point an interest in creating much more aquatic focused Fallout content. I think it'd be really cool to see that come back. Maybe not specifically in a game that takes place on an actual like ocean coast, but like a lakeside thing, right? Especially if you're dealing with like, a deep lake, like the Seven Lakes and stuff like that. Especially since like, what the fuck does a nuclear fucking apocalypse do to that whole area? Turn it into just one giant lake, make a whole new ocean. That's fucking crazy. That'd be crazy. Can't you go to the pit in Fallout 76 in New Jersey? You sure can. You can go to 2 different parts of New Jersey. Was it 2? Is it 3 now? No, it's still 2. 2 different parts of New Jersey, and then 2 different parts of the pit. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, let me see here. Because we can go to Atlantic City, which is New Jersey, or the pit. Yeah, and then the Industrial District and the Trench, and then Atlantic City. Oh, Atlantic City has 3. Oh yeah, the Boardwalk, the casino, and then yeah. Okay, I thought I couldn't remember if these 2 locations were the same location or not. But yeah, you can. I think that Jersey or Atlantic City is the only one where you can like go there, but you don't have to do a mission. Like I know that the Casino Quarter and no, I think it's all 3 of them. I think if I'm remembering correctly for the pit, you have to go there and you have to be involved in a mission. Where like Atlantic City, yeah, Flooded City Center, you can just travel to the district. Same with this one, and then yeah, this one. Whereas with Jersey or with the pit, you have to be going on an actual. I don't know why it says Atlantic City, like Atlantic City. But then, like, the pit... Okay, now it says... Okay, whatever. Anyway, yes. You can go to both Jersey and the pit. Which is pretty sweet. More so specifically the Jersey one, so that, you know, you can just, like, kind of go there and just kind of, like, look around and stuff. I think that's pretty cool. Oh, I missed one. I missed a comment. I think it'd be cool if there was a Fallout game where you play as the Enclave. I don't fully understand a lot of people's, like, infatuation with the Enclave. And, like, wanting to play as, like, you know, a faction. You know, be a part of the Enclave faction. I don't get it. I kind of get it, but I don't entirely get it, you know? It's one of those things where it's like, you know... I think, like, just more factions in general would be kind of fun. But I don't get, like, people wanting to be, like, a part of, like, the Enclave specifically. They're so, like, objectively, like, the bad guy. And it's like, I get it, you know, being, like, it's fun to play as the bad guy and stuff. I don't get the Enclave specifically. I don't get it. Why do you want to be part of the Legion? I don't want to be part of the Legion. That's kind of the same thing. It's the same thing. But, like, the Legion has a lot more of, like, the Legion is interesting because the whole point of their faction, right, is so, like...
Today, security status is...
So, the Legion and the Enclave specifically are, like, objectively, like, evil factions, right? Like, objectively. I feel as if, with the Legion specifically... They're more of a... So, like, the thing with the Legion is the Legion sort of has this, like, layer of almost plausible deniability, right? It sort of loops back into Caesar's whole, like, you know, his fucking bullshit, like, fake-ass version of Hegelian dialectics, right? Because... the Hegelian dialectics is basically just fancy talk for the ends justify the means. Or at least that's what he's sort of positing towards them, right? That's the kind of... I don't know why my PNG guy is still just not acting the way that... I think it's just... Yeah, it's just the settings thing. I just have to fucking like, really turn that shit down. Yeah, something kind of like that. Something a little bit more like that. Anyway, point is, the Legion has a little bit more plausible deniability in being, like, a believable faction. When you get, like, down to the brass tacks, right? When you get down to the brass tacks, the whole argument, right, of the Legion is basically, like, we're doing what we need to do in order to survive in the Wasteland, in this incredibly inhospitable environment, and we got, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. And at face value, you know, that makes sense. I get that. Obviously, when you know, dig into it a little bit more, it becomes a lot harder to be all like, hey, we're going to justify slavery because it means that, you know, our way of life specifically, the way of life that we think is the most accurate one, is going to be, you know, how, like, that's the only way we can make it, right? When you get down to, like, the brass tacks of how the Legion actually functions, yeah, it's not exactly a hard sell to be all like, okay, you know, yeah, these guys suck. But that's not the point. That's not the point of their faction. A big part of the unintentional point is that they were made so well that it proves that propaganda works. It proves that there can be an argument made in favor of evil. Slavery and genocide equals plausible deniability for some reason. Okay, you're just not listening now. The point is, the Legion has made a sound argument for why they do what they do. A logical argument. It's not a morally justifiable argument. But you can see that it comes from a place of like, this is the only way that we perceive as being, the way to survive, right? Even when you like dig into like their inspiration, the Roman Empire had they inherently believed that there were some people that were just born to be slaves, right? There were just some people, and not like groups of people, but just some people by the value of like their character or, their inability or even their ability were just like born to inevitably be slaves, not based on, their lineage or like the color of their skin or anything. It's just like, hey, you happened to be part of a faction that we just absolutely decimated in war. Guess that means this was inevitable and you were born to be a slave. There's logic behind how the Legion came to the assumptions that they do. And a lot of it, again, is mostly based on like, this is what we need to do in order to survive because we live in a violent, hostile world. When it comes to the Enclave, they are just like cartoonishly evil. Like over the top, like cartoonishly evil villains. There's no redeeming qualities to them as a faction. I want to be part of the U.S. government so I can rebuild America. If I can't do that, I want to destroy a continent. Yeah, and like, isn't that just so hilariously evil? Like, again, cartoonishly evil. There's no. For me specifically, I don't see a philosophical or like a narrative. What is it? A narrative, quote unquote, justification for the existence of the Enclave besides literally just being like the evil faction. In Fallout 3, it was kind of interesting because they more so represented a reflection of the corrupt ideals of the old world, right? Let me fucking move away from these people who are just yelling right in my ear. I'll just move somewhere else in general. I'll go up here. I'll hang out up here. So like in Fallout 2, right? In Fallout 2, the Enclave literally just existed as like, we're the evil remnants of the United States government. We're gonna murderlate everybody. Like, that's it. 110%. That's a pretty good lamp right there. Like, that was it. That's all they existed for. No other reason. There was no larger conversation to their faction. Like, that was it. That was the whole kit and caboodle. In Fallout 3, there was a little bit more of a narrative conversation. Mostly it depended specifically on President John Henry Eden and his whole we're rebuilding the beauty of the old world, and his whole fucking JFK ass fucking charismatic way of talking. And it's like, I feel like an argument could be made that the Enclave can, in a sense, be looked at the same way that the Legion can be looked at, in the sense that propaganda works, right? He's ChatGPT's final form. Yeah, he really is. I can make an argument for the Enclave in Fallout 3. Yeah, and that's the thing. In Fallout 3, there was a little bit more of a narrative argument, right? But the problem with the Enclave specifically is in how they are designed. Like, how insulated they are as a faction, right? Oh, OBS is just lagging like shit. That's also lagging. Okay. Okay, that's good. Weird. Yeah, it's just that Firefox. Maybe I just need to look into like a new web browser, because Firefox is running way too hot. That is crazy on my memory. But so in Fallout 3, there's a little bit more intrigue, but again, because of how the Enclave is built, they're very isolated from literally all of the rest of everybody, right? There is no justifiable reality. There is no logical reality where you can become as like a Wastelander, right? There is no justifiable reality where you as a Wastelander can become a member of the Enclave. You are just inherently seen as an abomination, and you're just slimed on like on site, right? Whereas with like a faction like, the Brotherhood, who are more so similar, but not as xenophobic. Like, they view anybody outside as like, oh, like you're I don't know about you, but they're willing to take on, people from the outside. When it comes to what was the other one? The Legion. It's very much the same, but you have a much higher likelihood of becoming a member of the Legion if it's somebody that, like you're a part of a faction that they came in, decimated, and then decided like, hey, you can be useful to us. You're going to be a part of this faction now. You don't have a choice. Right? But with so there's like, there's what is it? There's sort of like a way into all of these factions, right? There's a way that you can become a member of these factions. If you're trying to get into the Enclave, it's literally an impossibility. They will not take you. The only way that they might take you is if you are like somebody like Nate, for example, who is pre-war, and more so specifically, a pre-war soldier. And even then, it's still almost a 0% chance, because you're not a part of the like upper echelon of society, right? You got to remember that the Enclave is the shadow government. If you're not already a part of the shadow government, you don't get to be a member of the shadow government. Pick flowers in the other. Yeah, I don't want to do that one. So it's like, yeah, there's just no narratively logical way that you can actually become a member of the faction. Whereas like with, other evil factions, like there's an in, right? There's a theoretical in, but it's still maybe not very, but it's a little bit harder to it's a little bit harder to make an argument that you'd be able to make it. But in Fallout 76, they'll add a new part of the Enclave and let you do that. So in Fallout 76 specifically, it's a really unique situation. And I think that this might be where a lot of the bigger conversation around, like, we want, maybe not like conversation, but like a bigger push from certain members of the community who are like, we want to play as the Enclave and stuff like that. In Fallout 76, the Enclave doesn't actually exist, right? So like, let's take a quick peek here. This is all of Appalachia, right? This is Ohio. Hell yeah. But like all of this other stuff is Appalachia, right? Boom, Fallout. The Enclave, prior to us even entering the game, existed right here. They were based out of the White Springs Hotel, right? There's a secret underground base here, right there, in the White Springs bunker. That's where they lived. That's where they hung out. That's where not the president, but a president eventually came to power. Basically, and this is a real quick, fast and dirty history lesson. There wasn't a big robot raid boss. That was Wasn't there a big robot raid boss that was Enclave? I think you're talking about the robot in the Gleaming Depths raid. I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I never actually finished that raid. It's one of those ones where like you need to be like geared up with like the boys in order to actually be able to get through it. I'm not 100% sure if I know what robot you're talking about. I unfortunately don't know if like the location where he is like an Enclave outpost or not, or like, you know, another bunker. But he's more of like a turret system in a sense. Like he's a security system. But when it comes to the Enclave proper, they all worked out of the White Springs bunker. Fucking what was it? The head of the Department of Agriculture, that's what it was. I forget his name. He's got pictures in here somewhere. I just don't remember his name. Ernest something. Some soft boy fucking Midwestern shit like that. But he was the leader of the Department of Agriculture. His quick backstory is his dad defected from the United States because he figured out that communism was going to kill capitalism was making everybody's lives miserable and was going to end up killing everybody and destroying the world and stuff like that. Basically making a mockery out of his entire family in the process. So the head of the Department of Agriculture eventually became, you know, the head of the Department of Agriculture, and was, if I remember correctly, like fifth in line, something like that. If like, you know, something happened to the president and then the vice president and then the speaker of the House and then the speaker of the Senate. And then he, as the Department of Agriculture head, would become president effectively. The nuclear war happens. Everybody sort of like split up. He basically takes the opportunity to be like, hey, we can't contact the West Coast where the actual president is. He's probably dead. We're going to do an election and then I'm going to become president. He does that by effectively like rigging the votes and everything. And then he becomes president. And in the White Springs bunker, they have an AI system called Modus. And Modus, yada, yada, middle. Basically, he goes crazy, fucking gasses everybody in the bunker. They're all dead. And he's just there by himself, unable to really do anything because he doesn't have, you know, the Enclave members there to, you know, assist and to continue on the mission that he is assigned to do. We, as the, I forget what the name of the character that we play as in Fallout 76 is. You know how like Fallout 3 has like, you know, the Lone Wanderer, Fallout New Vegas has the Courier, Fallout 4 has the Sole Survivor, yada, yada, yada. I don't remember what we're called in 76, but point is, Vault 76 opens up. All of these, you know, people from a control vault, not like a regular vault, but like a control vault, we all come fucking marching out, Reclamation Day, Vault Tech, America, let's go. And for Modus, the only existing, the good vault, for Modus, the only existing member of the Enclave in Appalachia, and at all, as far as he knows, he sees all of these pre-war patriotic people just come spilling out of a random vault in the mountains, and he's thinking, I got a great idea. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to start recruiting these people. Obviously, he can't recruit just random wastelanders that he just finds out in, you know, out on the fucking road, because they're either going to be incompetent or they're just going to fucking steal all of his stuff and just fucking bail. But these guys, all he's got to do is twist this little funny story about fucking, you know, America and, you know, fucking this, that, and the other thing. And then like, boom, we're back in business. And then I'm going to make, and he's like, I'm going to make you a general, and I'm going to make you like all the, like get you all set up, and you're going to be good, and it's going to be great. And then you become a member of the Enclave. Anybody who finishes that entire quest line and like, you know, finishes everything in the game is basically, not even basically, is literally a member of the Enclave. So if you want to play as a member of the Enclave in a Fallout game, boom. Fallout 76. Ain't that a kick in the head? So that's why we can play as the Enclave in Fallout 76. Just based on a technicality. But being able to play as the Enclave in what is it? In like a single player experience, in like a story, driven experience like that. I can't see any logical way, narrative way specifically to make that work. I can't see it. And there's like, because there's some people who are like, oh, like, if there was like a faction of the Enclave, there was like, we don't want to like genocide everybody. We just want to, rebuild America and stuff like that. That's not ever really been a part of the Enclave's like whole shtick from like beginning to end. They were created as a military shadow government, controlled and ran by the highest echelons of old world government and government and old world government and like the elites and stuff, right? Like celebrities, businessmen, fucking economists, this, that, and the other thing. Again, the top shelf of the top shelf of the American experience. And so they're like, all they really cared about is like, making money and getting power, right? America be damned. Whoa. If it goes, it goes. If we can rebuild it, we're going to rebuild it. And then it's like, for them to actually be able to do that, it requires them to more so specifically, oh, we want to rebuild like, an America that works for everybody. They're not interested in building an America that works for everybody. They're interested in building an America that works for them. And they don't fucking give a shit about anybody else. That's why they're trying to genocide everybody and not trying to, create like, oh, like here's a little area where like you guys can exist and you help us do this, that, and the other thing. I just don't see it. I've been ranting about this for long enough. Point is, I don't see any way. Oh yeah, that was the whole point I was going at with there. There's some people who are like, oh, they could introduce like a faction that's like, oh, we're trying to, like I said, just like rebuild America and stuff like that, and we don't want to do genocide. That's never been part of their programming. The rebuilding of America is, again, an ends to a means. They're just trying to rebuild. They're not even trying to rebuild America. They're trying to build an empire that is for them, on top of the ashes of everybody else. That's my survival. That's my tent. Oh, I missed an ad start there. The new faction will only want to genocide some people. Yeah, just some people. Just like a couple people. It's just like, maybe like a little bit of people. Not everybody. Just kind of a little bit of them. In the new quest line, in Fallout 100, you'll get to kill all the Enclave leaders and rebuild the Enclave, and then in Fallout 111, you'll get a recruit. You'll get a recruit into the Enclave that you rebuild. Therefore, I want to play as the Enclave in a single player game. Yeah. Also, can you please stop talking? I'm in the ad. Yeah, I forgot about that. My bad. Let me go actually get some water real quick while we're here. All right, I'm back. Okay, interesting. All right, let's do. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, that's good. And game. There we go. All right, we're back. All right. But yeah, to to sort of wrap that up. Yeah, I just don't see I just don't see a realistic way to make the Enclave like a playable faction in any way that makes any kind of sense. I don't see it. I don't see it in any kind of like narratives logic. I don't see it. Unless it's unless it's one of those like, oh, all of a sudden like now there's a faction that for some reason is like, oh, we don't want to genocide everybody and we don't want to be a part of the shadow government of like elites that this faction has been literally its entire existence. I don't see it. I don't see it. Will you ever play the Outer Worlds again? Oh, I completely forgot about that. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna say maybe, cause like, I don't know, like the game is definitely fun. And I was having fun with it. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'll go back and do a little bit of like replaying in like my own time. Just kind of get like reacquainted to the game and everything like that. Because it's fun. I was having fun with it. But like then we kind of got distracted with other stuff. But yeah, I have ideas for what we're gonna do this weekend. Back to the beat. Yeah, I guess that's really the best option we got. Let's go back here. Yeah, I have some ideas for what we're gonna do this weekend for the weekend stream. Just not anything like concrete right now. But yeah, we could probably jump back in for tomorrow. I'm trying not to like start any like new big series is right now, like this weekend specifically. Why does my OBS keep lagging like that? Is that coming through? Yeah, that's coming through on stream too. That's really annoying. Is that because of the KB ratio slowing it down a little bit? That's like that. So I'm recording. Interesting. Let me do this. No, I don't want to do that. I'll do this. I'll set this like that, and then I'll tinker with that later. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll probably mess with that a little later. I don't know why it's lagging. I'm having a lot of like issues with like CPU and memory just kind of like going crazy. But I think I know exactly what that is. Pretty sure I know why it's doing that. Let's go do another decryption thing, because I don't like doing the decryption missions, but what is it? I get free ammo out of it, and for my gun specifically, like yeah. Let's fucking go. By the other way, you don't need to post the same comment twice. It comes through the first time. But yeah, the Outer Worlds 1 getting the remaster. Wait, they remastered the first one? When did they remaster it? Oh god.
Let's oblige. Start thinning out their numbers first, and I'll provide further.
I don't know. That's fair.
These guys hit hard.
Oh jeez. Yeah, because next week I know exactly what we're gonna do, because next week is Summer Games Fest, so we're gonna be watching that, which is gonna be pretty cool. I don't think there's gonna be anything like any big like, you know, Bethesda reveals or anything. But hey, you know, new games is new games, right? I'm excited to see what's gonna be coming down the pipeline. It'd be awesome if we did get like something, but you know, I'm not really expecting a whole lot. But that's what we're gonna do next week. And so like, I don't want to start any like big new series right now. I just kind of want to, you know, play, hang out, chit chat, stuff like that. And then like later, like after that, get into something new. Which like, I don't know. I had like the idea like a while ago, to do a, oh shit, right. To do a, it's like kind of a Nuzlocke of Baldur's Gate 3. But it's like honor mode, Iron Man, so like if a character dies, like no using revival scrolls or anything, they're just like dead forever. And then like, you know, just see if we can finish the game like that. And then I have like other ideas for like other series. I think it'd be kind of fun to do like a Pokemon Nuzlocke at some point. But like outside of like Nuzlocke stuff, there's a couple of games I think would be pretty cool as like a series. We got what is it? We got Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced when that comes out, but that's not like for like another 2 months or something like that. And then fuck, what was it? There was something else I can't remember. But there's just like so many games that are like on the horizon, right? There's always like all these awesome games that are coming out. We just haven't gotten to the point where like we can actually play them yet because they're not out. Let's see. This way. What is it? There is a. I'm not going to say that it's 100% certainty, but we're most likely going to be returning to Grounded for the secret stream on Sundays. So that's going to be fun. It's been it's been just like a back-to-back thing with like, oh, we can't do it this week, and like, oh, we can't do it this week, like, oh, we can't do it. It's been like a month since we were last in the game. Where is the fucking? I hate that they're invisible too. Makes it harder to just kind of like spot them and then be all like, there you are, and then fucking grease them. Let's go this way. He's probably doing the same thing I'm doing. Ammo grinding. Up there. Sweet. Why is it a secret stream? Because I have, if you notice on Twitch, I have like dedicated, time blocks in like my schedule, like for streaming specifically. And the secret stream originally started off as just like kind of like a joke a little bit. Because it's one of those things where like I was already like playing games with some other people and I just wasn't streaming it. And we were getting together on Sunday morning and just playing, and I wasn't streaming it. And then at one point I'm like, oh, hey, fuck, shit, maybe I should be streaming that. And I do, but I just don't like advertise it. It's just kind of like one of those like, hey, you find it, right? Like I still go live and everything like that, and especially with like the Discord bot posting notifications and stuff. There's gonna be notifications. I just don't post it as like part of my regular streaming schedule because I try to like stick to my regular streaming schedule as much as often. And for this one specifically, because you know it's something that is more dependent on like everybody else being there. And I don't want to like say, hey, this is going to happen this week, but then like have somebody like cancel and then be like, oh, I guess it's not. I don't really advertise it that way. That way people don't expect it, you know, because like with like the regular schedule, you know, other things scheduled or, you know, technical issues, this, that, or the other thing, stuff like that. Right. Unless like something like that happens, we're going to be doing Fallout Friday and we're going to be doing the weekend stream. Like it is non-negotiable. It is predetermined. But with the secret stream, it's dependent on other people. So again, it's harder to like make it a guarantee. So I just said like, hey, if it happens, it happens. If not, you know, I didn't really fucking advertise it too hard. So, you know, whatever. Like maybe that's not the best way to go about doing it, but like, yeah, it's the way I'm going about doing it right now. Oh, let's get him. There you is. Ow. Don't punch me. That's fucking rude. Hold on. I'm reloading. Ow. Don't hit me. Bam. Bam. Got him.
Good work. Use that code to shut off the last interceptor and let's be done with this.
Oh, there you are. Okay, and then... Where's that other guy? Oh, he's below me? Ah, you sumbitch.
Who goes there?
Ah, yeah, he's got it. I was looking for the enemy.
Y'all literally cut the cord on them. Well done, team. That's
Thank you.
Dodge out.
Thank you, Dodge. Do you think they should add crossplay to Fallout 76? Absolutely. They would have if PlayStation hadn't made such a bitch fit about it. Like, originally the game was going to be... Oh, yeah, I got to stretch on. I got to stand up. Originally, Fallout 76 was being, like, developed with crossplay in mind. So it was originally going to be, you know, crossplay was going to be enabled across, like, you know, Steam and fucking... Probably, like, Bethesda Net, because if I remember correctly, that was a bigger push back then. And then, what was it? You know, obviously, like, PlayStation Network and Xbox Live and all that stuff. And it was originally gonna be that way. But then PlayStation got some kind of weird hair up their ass about, like, oh, like, we don't want to fucking, like, you know, do that because, like, network vulnerability, this, that, and the other thing, blah, 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 blah. And then they just kind of fucking screwed it. They just screwed it up for everybody to where, like, okay, now they can't even do, like, crossplay between, what is it? They can't even do crossplay between Xbox and Steam because, like, they built it all... they built it all with, like, you know, all three in mind. So it's like, cool, great, thanks. Thanks for that. Okay, that's that. Hold on, I gotta check something. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. PlayStation thinks they're better than Xbox. I don't think PlayStation or Xbox thinks that either of them are better than either of them, right? I think that PlayStation as like a company just sees Xbox as another company and then sees PlayStation, and then Xbox sees PlayStation as another company, you know? Obviously they see themselves as, you know, competitors, and yeah, they are, obviously. So it's like, you know, they're gonna lean into the competitive nature of their existence, but it's like, I don't think that either company inherently thinks that they're better than the other. I think that they're both just thinking that they're companies and all they're worried about is, you know, their bottom dollar and making money. I think I'm better than PlayStation. Hilarious. But like that speaks to the larger point. Like, it's not the companies that think that they're better than each other. It's the fucking diehard fans that for whatever reason are like, oh, like PlayStation's the best thing in existence, and oh, Xbox, you know, dominates PlayStation all the time. And it's like, you know, there's definitely things that like you know, PlayStation does better than Xbox, and there's some things that Xbox does better than PlayStation. That's just like, you know, a given. That's how that works, but there's not really like it's not something that is really all that important, you know? Like you know, it's so weird because for a while now, what are your opinions on the new Xbox that got announced like a month ago or a couple weeks ago? I don't know what you're talking about, because if there was a new Xbox announced, I already, especially a month ago, I already would have heard about that. Like, I don't really keep up with like console news in that specific regard, but if there was a new console, I would have seen it. I would have heard about it. So you're gonna be a little bit more specific than that. Why am I here? What am I doing? I'm going to the
Guest security is
thingamajig over here, the thingamajig machine. Or a couple months ago. Again, I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. As far as I'm aware, there is no new Xbox coming out. They've been talking for a while about doing what is it? What is it? About doing like, oh wait, are you talking about the handheld thing? Project Helix. Yeah, Project Helix. It's like the console PC hybrid thing that Xbox is doing. Yeah, you're talking about the fucking no, not yeah, the handheld. What was that called? I can't remember the name exactly. Like there's a specific, the ROG Ally. Yeah, the ROG Ally. I think the ROG Ally is really cool. I think that shit was fucking awesome. Because the ROG Ally got like dual announced alongside the whole like, hey, Xbox is you know, partnering with Steam, and we're and we're putting out this it's not a handheld, it's like a box. Well, that is, so now you're talking about something else. So it's not the all right, again, you're gonna have to like, hold on a sec, maybe I'm thinking of something else.
violation of hotel policy.
I'm seeing it. So an article pops up here. Xbox Next Project Helix, and there's no. Let's see. It was a handheld.
Chiropractic and massage services are no longer available.
For next gen, yeah. Yeah, they haven't revealed any like new stuff. They haven't revealed like the actual physical console that is Project Helix yet. Which might actually be part of what they're doing next week. With what is it? With wow. You know, Summer Games Fest. Like, I could very well see, especially since like a lot of what I'm seeing is like they made like, there's a lot of articles talking about like everything we know about Project Helix, and it was stuff that was like in like these are articles from like February and stuff like that. So like I wouldn't be at all surprised if we saw like an actual console reveal at Summer Games Fest. I have secret insider information. Yeah, so do I. It's called a brain. Sending an announcement on Discord. Yeah, put it in like news or something. Because like if you have an article that actually shows like a physical machine, that's cool. I'll fucking check that shit out. Because that's brand new information to me. And if you're saying that it came out like, you know, it was announced like a couple weeks ago or like a month ago, then you're either talking about the ROG Ally or you're talking about something that hasn't actually been announced yet. Because there's been no announcement of like an actual like new physical console, like the reveal of Project Helix. Oops, there we go. There we go. Okay. Don't want that. Put that there. I gotta fucking move it around on my phone. Hold on. Well, we don't need that. Okay, cool. I consider an announcement like the company acknowledging it. Well, like, again, that's different than an announcement. Like, Project Helix isn't new. We've known about Project Helix for like a while, and you know, bits and pieces of like new information that are coming out, right? Like here, like on this article from, what is it? WCCF Tech. They have like stuff about like, you know, hardware specifications. And it says Project Helix is built on a custom AMD system chip, co-designed specifically for the console. AMD SVP Jack Hune confirmed it uses an RDNA 5 GPU architecture and is manufactured on TSMC 3nm processor node. For the average person, that's nothing. Like, that's just actual gabagoo. That's actual, like, fucking word salad. Like, absolutely. That's not stats. That's not a number. It's still an announcement. It's not an announcement. Like, they're saying that it's not even, like, that specifically isn't even announcing anything. It's like, oh, they're building the new console with, like, you know, a custom-built AMD chip. That's not information. That's like, that's basically information that that specifically is basically saying the new console is going to be built with new components. Duh. Like, you know, it is information, like, it's built on a very specific kind of system, RDNA 5 GPU architecture, but that's like, unless you know exactly what that is referring to or why that is different from like another specific chipset, that's literally nothing. There's another one here. Ray tracing. Microsoft has specifically described Project Helix as delivering, quote, an order of magnitude leap in ray tracing performance over the current generation. Cool. So there's going to be ray tracing. Radiance cores, a dedicated hardware block designed specifically for ray and path tracing by taking full of control of ray traversal, one of the most compute intensive tasks currently handled inefficiently across shared GPU resources. See, that's a little bit more interesting because that says something specific. That's saying that they have technology in the machine that will handle ray tracing a little bit better. But like, even if I had never heard of this, if I had never read this article before, I could have given you that determination. Oh yeah, the new console is going to be using ray tracing technology, and it's going to be doing it better. It's because they're using PC parts instead of console parts. PC parts and console parts are exactly the same thing. They always have been. Like, sure, maybe some things specifically were like, hey, this is something that we built, especially with like the older consoles, right? Like, this is something that we built specifically to be utilized in like a console compared to like a PC. And like, that still is very much the case. Like, if we go back to that article specifically, it's using, so like the, where is it? Yeah, there it is. The chipset. It's using an architecture for a very specific chip that more so than not is being utilized specifically in their consoles. So they're still using more so specifically designated technology, but it's still literally the exact same technology as any other computer system. Like, it just is. It's not verbatim, like one-to-one the same, but it's still the exact same stuff. Just but they're announcing it. All right, we're just going in circles now. Let me know when there's an actual console reveal, and then we'll actually talk about something. Which, like I said, is probably going to be next week during the during Summer Games Fest. I would see that as like the perfect time to announce something like that. And it's like, it's I don't know. Yeah. That's pretty much the end. That's pretty much the end of that thought process. Yeah, we're probably gonna get it next week. We got an ad starting on Twitch here pretty soon. On Twitch here pretty soon. If you guys on Twitch want to see less ads, consider becoming a member. It looks like Project Helos has a release window of very late 2027 at the earliest, and most likely a release of sometime in 2028. Has a release window of very late 2027 at the earliest, and mostly. Oh, okay. So you're saying that more likely than not, we're going to be getting it in 2028. Stop asking me. I'm not asking. I'm saying I should actually probably drop that off. But, yeah. Am I in the right place? No, the golf course is over there. I'm going to go blow shit up. Parasitic Grafton monster. Whoops. Didn't notice how low my health was. He was whooping my ass. Let's respawn. Yeah, there we go. Exterior. Lost it. No, okay. Where are you? There you are. There we go. Welcome back, Twitch gang. If you want to see less ads on Twitch, consider becoming a member. What's your favorite flavor of Takis? I hate Takis. I'm not a big spicy food fan. Oh wait. There we go. What are your opinions on the Fallout Cola themed Park Fallout 4 DLC? What? What are your opinions on the Fallout Cola? Oh, you mean what are my opinions on Nuka World for Fallout 4? What are my opinions on a DLC for an almost 10-year... Actually, it is 10 years old at this point. I keep forgetting that the Anniversary Edition came out a while ago. Nuka World, yeah. I like it. I'm a fan of it. I would probably rank it as... Seeing as how there was only, like, technically, like, 4 DLCs that came out. I mean, I guess technically there was, like, 5 because the... like the workshop DLCs were technically like their own individual ones, but if I were to like properly rank them, I would probably say that it would go like, well, actually it's difficult because it's one of those things where you're either ranking based on like the quality of the narrative or the quality of the game experience. And when it comes to that, I would either, if it's narrative, it's going to be, what is it? It's going to be, Far Harbor, Nuka World, and then, Automatron. But if it's based on gameplay, it's going to be Automatron, Nuka World, Far Harbor. Gameplay? Okay, yeah, there you go. Automatron, Nuka World, Far Harbor. Okay. So let me actually zip back here real quick. Whoops. There we go. Meow. Let me switch to here and let's close those. Don't need that. Don't need that. Is this the best Fallout game? Second best. Second best. What up, Sternyo? How's it going? Still can't believe I haven't beaten Far Harbor. It's a pretty sizable DLC. So I'm not 100% surprised. Maybe I need to close it. I don't know. Whatever. My favorite Fallout New Vegas DLC is Old World Blues. Old World Blues is pretty solid. Old World Blues is pretty solid. For New Vegas, what would it be for New Vegas? What's my favorite New Vegas DLC? Probably Zion. Interesting. Oh, I got a thing. When did I get that? Oh, my pet gave it to me. That's funny. I was playing it, but my game glitched the first time and kept crashing. Oof. That sucks.
Hello, dearie.
Hello, Grandma. Let's actually go get some soup from Grandma.
What's on your mind, dearie?
Soup, please, and a big thank.
Of course, dearie. What can Obachan do for you?
One specific location, which was quest related. Yeah. Spent like 3 days trying to get through that one puzzle, the virtual puzzle. Yeah, Dima's memories. That's the thing that for like most people is like the major, like, I can overlook this to rank Far Harbor as like top tier, because like if you're not ignoring Dima's memory puzzle, the entire DLC is just trash. Like, if you include the memory puzzle, it ruins the entire experience. The memory puzzle is just objectively not good. It's just, I'm gonna walk that back a little bit. It's good until you get to the very last one. The very last mission, or the very last level in Dima's memory puzzles, is just bad. It is just objectively not good. Everything else about it, it's not across the board, it's not great, but the last one specifically is just, oh, it's so frustrating. It's so bad. Could you cook something for me?
I had a feeling you were going to ask. So
For me, it was the last two puzzles. I don't remember the second to last puzzle specifically. I do remember the very last one, because that's the one when the like one time I actually played through it. I remember that. I remember the last one specifically because it was such a slog. Maybe I wasn't doing it fully correctly, but like, yeah, the entire thing was just not good. It was just bad. I don't know what is causing my OBS to lag like this. Yeah, that's weird. It's never lagged like this before. I think I might know what it is. God damn it. I'm gonna have to fucking Windows garbage.
Yokata.
Thank you, Grandma. After that, install mods to remove it. Yeah. That's what the majority of people who play Fallout 4 do. Like that, the mod that removes Dima's memory puzzle is like one of I would imagine, the most like downloaded mods, because it's just, I could see where the developers were going with it, and I can't even inherently say that the direction they were heading was bad. I'm just saying that the implementation was not exactly what they were, what I would assume they were hoping for. Good, like, solid concept, bad execution, I would argue. That's empty? Did I already grab that? Maybe somebody else ran around and grabbed it. Mirelurk jerky. Yeah, somebody probably ran through my camp and fucking took my shit. Bastards. Oh, yes. Craft. Need energy. Yeah. Fuel. Need fuel. Right now, my console starts to get really hot when I play Fallout 4. So I gotta clean it in the next year. So your console and your Xbox has been getting. I would assume your Xbox, and at the very least, I'm assuming you're talking about the Xbox One. Yeah, Xbox. It gets hot when you play the game, and you gotta clean it in the next year. When you say clean, you should just need to take like a thing of condensed air and just like, you know, stick it in a couple of the like vents and just dust it. Yeah. And next year, it's gotta be an older machine. You gotta have it on like an older machine or something, because it shouldn't get hot playing Fallout. Well, you know, you did actually say you modded, so it could be the mod specifically. That would actually make a little bit more sense. But yeah, it gotta keep the hardware clean and running. What do we got? What's this one? Leader of pack. That's not really like an event. That's an activity. That's just something. I just fucking go over here and kill the gabagoos that are over in Gabagoo Town. Like, there's wolves here, and I just go murder them. Yeah, that's not even really worth the... It's not even really worth the caps. Let's see. What do we got as far as... Take a picture of an iBot. I'm gonna go fucking... Take a picture of this fucking dead-ass dragon that I'm gonna go fucking murder. All right. Oh, wait, no, I went to the Wendigo Cave. I want this one. I want Hopewell Cave. I downloaded a lot of mods. Yeah, that's kind of what I was, that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, it shouldn't be heating up when you play it, and like, it's because you got a whole bunch of mods, and that's just making the computer run a lot hotter. Bam! Boom! Fuck you, roach. Bam. It also warms up when I play Cyberpunk. Yeah, that's definitely not great. Time to upgrade the hardware. I'm not most likely not going to be getting it. But I had a lot of people come in and ask me like, "Well, what do you think of like?" Ow! Smacking the microphone. I've had a lot of people come in and ask me about like the Steam machine and stuff, whether they think it's like a good, like, you know, upgrade for like people who are like on console specifically, or like are looking to like get into like not PC modding, but like, you know, like, oh, would it be like a good first timer PC? And it's like, yeah, very likely. Like, it's going to be like a cash investment and stuff. It's going to cost you money, but like that's just the name of the game when it comes to just PCs in general, right? It's going to be a cash investment. It's going to be a long-term investment. It's just like any machine, just like a car. That's actually what I usually tell people when it comes to PCs in general. Like, don't think of it as like, you just spend a whole bunch of money on it, boom, one and done kind of situation. No, it's something that like if you're going to do it, you want to be knowledgeable about the machine, and you want to know like what's wrong with it if it goes wrong, and how you can like fix it, right? And not just on top of that, you want to then know like what you need and how to upgrade it, right? Like for example, when it was sometime around when Alan Wake 2 came out, right? It was actually a while after that because when at the time I didn't have enough money to get it, so I had to like wait a while. But I'm like, hell yeah. I finally got enough money to get it. So I'm gonna scoop this shit up. I'm gonna scoop this up. I'm gonna have fun with it. I'm gonna play it. Boom, let's go. And I get in and I start it up, and it's like really, really laggy, like really stuttery, really just like not working, right? And just like having a real bad time. And I even on like a lower setting, right? Even on like lower graphical settings, it's still like really struggling. And I'm like, okay, this is really odd. I don't know what the issue could be. Based on the research that I'm doing online, it says that my graphical, my graphic processor, like it should work, right? It should be good enough to actually run it. But it turns out that the issue wasn't my graphics card. The issue was that my CPU was both. Actually, what it was. I think it was actually just like starting to like go out. I think it was either dying or I just needed to like upgrade my processor. But it's one of those things where it's like, if something's going wrong and you know how to fix it, then you're not, taking it to like a specialist to, like, oh, okay, let's, like, tell me what's wrong with my computer. You know what's wrong with it because you know how to like stress test specific things, or you know how to troubleshoot specific things. That's the thing that I always recommend to people if they're trying to get into these spaces. Where they like, like, oh, I want to get like, a PC and stuff like that. If people just want to do like, an out of the box, like pre-built and stuff like that, that's cool. That's fine. If it's more financially, if it makes sense financially, like, sure, go for it. But I always recommend people to build their own PCs because then you can, be put in a position where you learn more about how these things work. So that when something inevitably goes wrong, you know how to troubleshoot and you know how to fix it. All right, hold on a sec. Okay. So there's not really any events going on over here. BattleBots. Is this Nah, not really. We could do decryption again, but I don't like the decryption daily op. It feels too slow. Like, we're going through it pretty quickly, but that's just because we can kill people quickly. It's one of those ones where it's like, oh, like, you gotta, like, hunt down the guys and stuff like that. They're not just, like, coming at you and, like, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm not the biggest fan of that one specifically. And then, like, the cloaked one, like, you know, invisible is, like, fine. It's easy to find him and stuff, but it's still, like, eh. Ooh, let's go visit Murgrum. Bigfoot. Unfortunately, Bigfoot is like, what is it? He's like he's like somebody who shows up at the end of an event. Sometimes, you know, he's like a secret boss that can show up at the end of an event. So like, we got a lot of activities going on. Oh yeah, I was gonna put the spoiled meat away. I forgot about that. We got a lot of activities on, but we finished an activity and then like we just did the activity. We're not going to actually encounter Bigfoot, which is kind of a bummer, but at the same time, you know, it makes sense. I saw Bigfoot. He was a really rare boss. Yeah, he only shows up sometimes in like the aftermath of completing a game, or you know, not a game, an activity, which like makes sense for Bigfoot, but it's still kind of like, oh man. It's a little bit more difficult to like reliably run into him. Okay, let's see what Murgrum has on tap. Oh yeah, I did pick that up, didn't I? Or no, my cat gave me that one, I think. No, I thought he was like a world boss. Though I don't think you guys have that in Fallout 76. Just like a boss that is just like out there in the world that you can stumble across. No, there's not guys like that. It's usually, they're like, all of them are basically like raid bosses, right? There's where is it? Where's that mine? Yeah, Minonga mine right here. People don't really go to this anymore, but like it used to be like you drop like a nuke. What's this? The big bloom. Public event. Let's go. Yeah, okay, this is an opportunity. You used to be able to go like here, drop a nuke here. Whoa. That was weird. You used to be able to drop a nuke there, and then it would open up like a raid area in that mine, and you could go down with a whole bunch of other people, do a raid thing where you fight a big boss monster. And there was that. There's the Scorch Beast Queen that'll pop up whenever you drop a nuke on an area that has a what is it? An ultrasite fissure, which everybody usually drops in like the bottom right hand corner of the bottom right hand corner of the map, because it's a little bit out of the way. And then there's the big giant mole that pops up in the Nuka World on Tour area. Where was that? Where was Nuka World on Tour? I know it's like a permanent fixture somewhere. I just can't remember where. But like the Nuka World on Tour area, you drop one there and it makes this giant ultrasite beast pop up. And then other than those guys, the only other like raid bosses are There we go. We got some bees. The only other raid bosses are that giant snake in, where is it? That one's, like, actually somewhere down here. Yeah, I think this is it, actually. Like, right on top of this guy. And that's where that giant robot that we were talking about before is, as well. Oh, yeah, and then there's also the other giant, like, set of giant robots in, fucking, what is it? Go away, bug. In Skyline Valley. I completely forgot about that. Oh, get the flowers. Character, what am I looking at here? Ah, there we go. Did you get it? Yeah, you got it. Okay. I gotta put the flowers in. Come on, run. Why am I not running? Set the overgrown ablaze. Okay, I will. See, the upside is we got a pretty good... It's just like everybody's just naturally overpowered, so these things are easy as hell. You got it. There's Mothman. Yeah, Mothman isn't really, like, considered, like, a boss, though. He just kind of, like, you know... He's just, in-game, he's a cryptid. But he just, like, you know, is just naturally just hanging out in different places. He's just a creature that you can run into. And he's pretty fun. Because there's, like, multiple different versions of him, too. There's, like, the good guy one, and then the bad guy one. One time I joined, it was when I was starting the game and I got a legendary weapon. Oh, like you joined a, like you just joined, like, a mission and then, you just, like, got a legendary weapon. Yeah, it was probably because, like, it was, like, just wrapping up. And, you just happened to get there, like, at the end. And then you just got the rewards of it. We got a bunch of buddies just kind of hanging out here. That's funny. Alright, let me get out of here. Mothman is the greatest of all time. She's pretty great. Do you think the Fallout TV show was canon? I don't know what you mean by was. The Fallout TV show is canon. Oh, no. Where's... Ah, here we go. I knew there was one around here somewhere. Get you. Sometimes it's difficult to see all the shit that's going on. When everybody's exploding everything left, right, and all over the place. Here we go. Come on, here we go.
Dad or so knows John ways not to mess with Susan. Oh, I mean, well done, sweetheart. Oh, he's back. My arch nemesis, Beelzebub.
Oh, no.
Flowers, you audacious bug.
Let's see, where is he? I think he usually pops up over there. That's why everybody's pointing in that direction. There he is. Giant bee of yore. Got him. What are your opinions on Fallout 4 VR? What do you mean opinions? Something controversial happened with it or something? Or are you just asking, like, what are my thoughts on it existing? Questioned mark. Chicken Hawk. H-A-U-W-K, like Hawk 2. Let's see. Oh, right, I gotta... Is there still stuff to kill? Nah, not really. Well, there's something over there, but it is proper dead now. Let's jump back to camp, and I can actually drop off the shit that I was supposed to before. Yes, what are your thoughts on it existing? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, again, this is like a fucking, like, what, 7-year-old game. I can't remember exactly when they got Fallout VR up and running, but, like, cool. We can do Fallout 4 in VR. That's pretty sweet. I've played, like, I think I was actually in, like, a VR headset, like, one time, just kind of, like, testing it out, on like, you know, I've worked at Best Buy, and so we had, like, a VR thing out on display once when it was still, like, newer. Like, tried it out, and I'm like, this is pretty cool. And then, like, my my housemate had what was it? Resident Evil 8, I think. But everyone had, like, the family, and you're in that house. And I played that for, like, a little bit. And that was okay. That was pretty decent. 4. Oh, we got an ad. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. That's what it was. Yep. Guess I'm the best because I didn't get that long ad. I don't really know how it works, because the ad in progress thing just shows, like, I guess it just runs an ad, and I guess some people just get shorter ads, and, like, the ad run thing is just like, here is the ad window. Some people have the longer one, some people have the shorter one. I don't know how it works, but, like, if you get the shorter one, that's cool. That's pretty dope. What's the question? Yeah, Fallout 4. I mean, yeah, I don't know. VR. It's Fallout 4. That's pretty cool. That's dope. I'm not entirely sold on it as, like, you know, the next big thing for gaming, right? But it's you know, pretty solid. Okay, that's good. Let's see. Kill a feral ghoul. Oh, that's easy. That's actually real easy. Where is the... Fuck, where's the White Springs? There it is. Golf course. Here we go. Do 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 do. Okay, let's blow some shit up. Hey, yo, what up? Bam. 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 Feral Ghoul Friday, Among Us Monday. Let's go. Got him. There we go. To 10? Yeah, we need 2 more. That one, and then... Oh, there's one. We'll just get him just for the XP. Might as well. I see ya. Idiots. Dummies. Saxon? What the hell? His name has sax in it. Like a saxophone. That's pretty baller. Not gonna lie. Alright, so there's a guys downstairs, but we got as many ghouls as we need. So let's just go out here and fucking blow shit up. Boom. Hell yeah. Oh, those got blown up too. Sick. Alright. Yellow car. You dare to stand in my way, you get exploded. I don't know how you survived. That was actually low-key crazy. Alright, sick. Okay, let's see. So we did that. Take a picture of an eyebot. Where's gonna be a good spot to find it? Oh yeah, Watoga. Oh, Saxon's doing a team up or doing a daily. Do you like the Fallout New Vegas unique weapons, or the Fallout 4 unique weapons more, or the way Fallout 76 does legendaries? I mean, there's no real inherent difference between like Fallout 3 and New Vegas's like weapon style system with like the legendaries, or well, actually, because there's a difference. There's in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, it was like unique weapons, and in Fallout 4 it was unique weapons, but it like named stuff, right? That had like unique effects and whatnot. But with Fallout 4, it's a combination where it's like unique named weapons that have like abilities specific. Well, it's named stuff, and then the effects themselves are in most cases like more so unique to that weapon, but aren't solely utilized by that weapon. And then Fallout 76 kind of does the same thing as Fallout 4. My God, is there fucking Ultra Beast attacking the city? What the hell's going on? I think there is. Oh, shit. Oh, it's a legendary one, too. But, like, mostly I see the biggest difference as being between... I guess it actually probably would be that. It would be legendaries versus unique weapons. Because, like, Fallout 4... Like I said, Fallout 4 is a little bit more specific. I thought Fallout 4 were unique weapons. That just had cool names and a legendary effect. I mean, yeah, and like that's the core conversation. Why are you guys attacking me? Stop being rude. You're being very mean to me. You need to stop being mean to me right now. It's the difference between a unique weapon and a legendary weapon, right? Oh, Eyebot. Hold on. Say cheese. Got him. There we go. But yeah, so the question then boils down to, like, which is better, unique weapons or legendary weapons? I think that unique weapons are better, because while having sort of, like, transferable, like, big upgrades, right? Because in, like, Fallout 4, you could, like... I guess actually more so in Fallout 76. Fallout 76, now anyway, you can, like, edit weapons and armor to include legendary effects, which I think for an open world or an online game like 76, I think that makes sense. I think that's probably like the smart way to go. For a single player experience like Fallout, like Fallout 4, Fallout 5, yada yada. I think that they should move away from the legendary effects thing and go back to unique weapons that have unique abilities based on that weapon, right? That are like solely used by that weapon. Because then that makes the weapon feel more unique, and it also makes it so that you can have like specific builds that sort of maybe not inherently center around specific weapons, because like that could also be the reality of specific weapons and armor, but I think that more so it should be because it's kind of like Baldur's Gate 3, right? Baldur's Gate 3 has unique weapons that are both named and have abilities specific to those pieces of weapon, those, you know, specific to that gear. And there are specific builds in the game that will utilize these specific weapons and armor as like, oh, this is like the best thing you can get for this build or for this kind of character, right? And I like that a little bit more than the legendary system, because the legendary system basically adds like, you know, multipliers and modifiers onto different pieces of weapons and armor, but it's not usually something that's unique to that one specific gear. And it kind of devalues it a little bit, because it makes a specific weapon or a specific piece of armor less valuable than the modifier itself. And if it's like, oh, I can just get this modifier from somewhere else, then, you know, regardless of whether or not a weapon is named or not, is just like, you know, oh, it would just has like a default name, but then I can change it to something else, or like, you know, it doesn't do anything unique that no other weapon can do, right? I think that unique weapons are probably, I like unique weapons better than legendary weapons myself. But then again, for like a game designed like Fallout 4 or Fallout like Fallout 76, having it so that like it's a multiplier that you can like slap onto like different weapons and armor, I think that's probably that was probably the best way to go for this game specifically. Oh, I can't get in there.
You'll need to narrow it down yourself.
I think this guy's actually going for the same thing I am. Yeah. He's dead. They're all dead.
I imagine there'll be tighter security nearby, so move quietly if you can.
Decryption is such a funny mission now, because it's like anybody who's usually doing decryption is like overpowered as hell. So and he's all like, move quietly, these guys are powerful. Meanwhile, we're just decimating their numbers, just absolutely rocking their shit. Come on, there we go. Okay.
Never knew what hit him. Keep it up. Wipe out another group and I'll try to get a lead on the next code.
I know where they're going to announce at Summer Games Fest. Fallout 76 2. Hell yeah. Fallout 77. Fallout 4 only had like 15 weapons that had special effects that were specific to that weapon. Yeah, and like, you know, if they did, so like in Baldur's Gate 3, they kind of have that as well, but it's like, it's usually like a plus, it's like a +1 to like, you know, a specific weapon or a specific set of armor, and I don't really like utilize those, so I think that it's usually just like, oh, this one has like a little bit more power or is a little bit more defensible, you know, this, that, and the other thing, compared to like an actual like unique set of armor that has like a unique effect to it. So I think like a combination of those two, to where it's like majority, it's the majority, it's like unique weapons and armor. Plus 1d damage. Yeah, like you roll an extra dice or something like that to like defend or do damage. I think that something like that specifically works for, would probably be better, you know? Like, we have majority unique weapons, like unique weapons and armor. But then we have, like, some weapons that are all, like, you know, I guess it would kind of clash a little bit with the, with, like, the
Second code acquired. Same deal as before.
Trap up there. No, I'll just run and go get this guy. With like weapon and armor modification stuff, to where you can like, you know, tinker with it, add on different bits and pieces, but make like, you know, a slight like, oh, here's a legendary gun, but it's not like a unique gun, but it's like slightly stronger because it has some sort of like, you know, modifier on it that like, oh, makes it so that, you know, it doesn't decay as fast, or it's, you know, a little bit stronger, or has like a little bit more accuracy, you know, something kind of like something like that, to where like there's legendary effects on weapons, but they're just something that make that specific weapon stat-wise a little bit more stronger, but they don't have like a unique ability. I think something like that is probably the better option, because then it still has those RNG moments where like, here's a bit of armor. It's not unique, but it's stronger, right? I think that's like a better way of doing, you know, the kind of balancing that I think Bethesda is going with like, you know, the whole legendary effect armor.
An extra angry hop.
Don't you fucking hit me, you fucking rude ass.
Ready for a fight. I'd open with
Where
a
are you?
sucker punch if I were you. Target eliminated. Great
There
work,
we go.
team. You ready to shut down the final interceptor?
Oh, come on. Alright, where's the interceptor? It's over here. Let's go. Oh, come on. There we go. Up.
And we're clear.
Is it Baldur's Gate 3 D&D, the video game?
Communicating over secure channels.
What?
Thanks for doing your part, team.
You mean,
At Victoria.
is Baldur's Gate a D&D video game? In your opinion, do you think Fallout 76 monthly subscription is worth it? I mean, not really. Like, it's kind of nice. Like, really the only thing that you sort of, like, get for it, yes. All right, so, to go back, yes, Baldur's Gate 3 is set in the D&D universe. It is a D&D game. And it's pretty cool. I like it. But to the other question, oh, I guess I get out of here. What did I get? I probably got like a plan or something, actually. Okay. What up? How's it going? TLOU fan. But yeah, do I think Fallout 76, like the monthly subscription, is worth it? Not really. Like, it's kind of nice having an unlimited camp you know, stash box. Like, that's kind of nice. And like, I guess it is also kind of nice having, like, you can't see it because it's literally right behind me. But having what is it? Oh God, excuse me. Having like, you know, guaranteed monthly atoms that you can spend on stuff in the atom shop, that's kind of nice, I guess. I guess that's you know, nice if like every once in a while you just kind of like jump in and you're like, oh, like, you know, like, oh, I like this bundle, or like I like this outfit, and then just like bloop, and like you don't have to worry about it because you're already getting atoms anyway. Like that's kind of neat. That's kind of cool. I think there's also like specific like score and rank based stuff where you like get a bonus, like a bonus page or like a little bit more experience, something like that. It's like, excuse me. It's like, it's little things that, you know, make the gaming experience like a little bit better, but like overall, like, you know, if it's an expense that you're sort of like, if it's an expense you're on the shelf about whether or not it's worth getting, it's not worth getting. Cause like if you know, if you're like, oh man, can I really justify fucking like $15 a month, however much it was, how much it is, I can't remember. I've been on like a yearly thing for like a long time. If it's like, you know, if you're at a position where it's like, can I justify this? You can't justify it. Like, you don't need it. You don't need it. It makes the game a little bit easier and a little bit more fun. The only real reason to get Fallout 76 subscription is for the custom worlds. Yeah, like you get access to like a custom world and like, or well, custom world, multiple, and then like a single player server that you can like, you know, invite your friends to and stuff like that. That's kind of cool. But like, other than that, you don't really get like a whole lot of, you know, like you don't get rare weapons or, you know, armor or anything, which like, you know, that's good because then it's not, you know, fucking with the balancing, and it's not like a pay to win thing. There are still some people that say it's pay to win because I guess because maybe like every once in a while you get earlier accessibility to like a specific weapon that in like, you know, a week is going to be like meta standard anyway. So like, I don't know. Sure. In that case, I guess. But usually, I don't know. To answer the question, like, nah, it's, I mean, unless you got like, you know, a little bit of extra money to burn, nah, probably not super, you know, not super de-duper. Okay. Give me one quick second. I'm gonna run use the bathroom and then I'll be right back. I'm back. Ugh. That, and then let's get set back up here. Capture, yep, okay, and then switch to that. Come on. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into why my OBS is lagging. I really don't understand why that's doing that. Okay. This is starting my joining late. Later, I suppose. For like our typical runtime, we're probably about like, halfway through. Oh, we got a clip? Hell yeah. But welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream nevertheless. We're just kind of like, chilling today. Not doing anything specific for Fallout Friday. Partially because I mentioned it earlier at the start of the stream. The 100 gigabyte update for is he playing Fallout 76 or Fallout 4? 76. The 100 gigabyte update for Fallout 4 came out, which basically means that now console players have access to a lot more mods that they can install, which is awesome. We love to see that for the console bros. But unfortunately, that also means another update to the PC version, and that means that the script extender needs to update, which it did. But there's something going on with the Nexus. For some reason, I can't download any mods. There's like a connection issue, I think, with the actual like. Not setup, but there's a connection issue with just downloading mods right now. I think the Nexus is having a weird day. We will cause chaos, damn straight. But on top of that, script extender needs to update, which it has. Script extender updated in order to like actually like mod and play mods and stuff like that. But on top of that, another mod that a key mod that a lot of other mods sort of rely on, the address library, is also currently waiting to be updated. It was kind of funny actually. I went there at first because like I'm getting my load order all set up yesterday, because it's Fallout Friday tomorrow. So like, yeah, let's go Fallout. And address library isn't working, so I'm like, okay, I guess address library needs to go up, get updated. So I go to the I go to the I go to the Nexus, I check it out, see what's going on. Address library hasn't updated since like December. I'm like, okay, they just haven't they just haven't got stuff set up again yet. Okay, sure, whatever. And then I go into like the post tab, right, which is like the comment section effectively for Nexus mods, and that was a huge big mistake because literally all of the posts that are being made on the address library page right now are either people bitching about Bethesda or saying that the modders aren't moving fast enough. And it's so funny because it all, I mean, it's not really funny. It's actually really stupid and annoying. And I hate that this is just the modern reality of gaming. But it's like, Bethesda is going to continue to just like update and make their games better and like run better, even if they like break it in the process, right? We got ads starting on Twitch here pretty soon. If you guys on Twitch want to see less ads, consider becoming a member. So like, that, Bethesda is going to, make their games as good as they can. If it, messes with the modding community, that's just an unfortunate reality of modding. Yeah, modders can only go so at a certain pace. Yeah, and it's like, on top of that, you're already, complaining about Bethesda making the base game better. And then on top of that as well, you're also saying that the people who are doing the free modding, like not charging, right? They're going to do it for free. Those people aren't doing the free work that they voluntarily do fast enough for you. It's just crazy. Some people are just like, keyword free. Yeah, exactly. Like, don't get me wrong. I get it. It's kind of a bummer not being able to like play Fallout 4 and like mod it and stuff like that. Cause like, you know, the mods need to update and stuff. But like at the same time, you know, I recognize that this whole thing is a community effort. The whole like modding stuff is a community effort. And the community can only go so fast because it's all volunteer stuff. Nobody's getting paid for this stuff. And then like when they do get paid, this is just like a completely separate tangent I'm going on. The people who do get paid to mod and like upkeep their mods and stuff, not all of the community, but an amount of the community, a noteworthy amount of the community has a problem with those people existing. And it's so funny because it's one of those situations like if you want the mod authors to keep their stuff up to date sooner and faster, so there's a faster turnaround for when there's an inevitable update to the main game that needs to be, you know, adjusted on the mod side, then you either need to do one of two things. You either need to like get them set up, like get set up with a Patreon subscription to that person, or you need to start supporting like the people who make like the creation mods and stuff like that, right? Welcome back to Twitch Gang. If you want to see less ads on Twitch, consider becoming a member. So like it's one of those two things, or the secret third option, you just go play something else while Fallout modding is in its downtime. Like there are so many games that need to be played. Maybe not need to be played, but like there's so many games that you can play. And especially with like a lot of the statistics that were because like Steam, right? Steam every year is, well, specifically like last year, and like stop yapping. Oh, you're talking about the other people. I was like, wow, that hurt my feelings. How dare you? How dare you tell me to stop yapping? To be for real, how about you do it and see how fast you can do it? Yeah, like fucking, like, you know, I'm bummed out about like modding and stuff. My bad. No, you're fine. Like I'm bummed out about like the modding and stuff like that. But like at the same time, I'm not, you know, I don't know how to fucking mod. So it's like, I'm not gonna say like, oh, like these people aren't going fast enough. I probably couldn't go any faster. I could probably only go slower. But like, yeah, I don't know. So like the Steam, like last year, like, you know, the end of 2025, Steam had like, you know, they do their whole like statistic stuff and stuff like that. And a lot of people, or no, you like, if you do that, if you like, you know, get your like, oh, your end of year recap and stuff, it shows like, you know, your numbers and your stats and stuff. But then it like compares that to the global average, like what everybody else had going on, like, you know, how many new games they played, what genre, this, that, and the other thing. And I think it was only like 12% of global Steam users had like played a new game in 2025. And like, that in and of itself was crazy to me because it showed that throughout the entirety of 2025, which had so many banger games, that the vast majority of people weren't playing new games. And it's like, on the one hand, like, I 100% get that because like fucking everybody's broke and nobody has money for new games. So obviously, you know, not as many people are going to be playing new games. But it was also this just like epitome of this endemic of people who are just like complete. Well, one, it kind of speaks to how good like some games can be on like a nostalgia base and just like how good some games are made so that they just continue to be like relevant and playable and stuff like that. Like GTA 5 and stuff and New Vegas, right? But it was also just such a strong reference point as like, hey, there's all these like people who are like, you know, all of the like anti-woke people who are like complaining like, oh, like they don't make good games anymore. nobody makes games for like the real gamers. And yet the rank is so small for the amount of people who play new games. And it's to me anyway, it just so strongly was like a semi-verifiable data point that showed that all of these people who are like complaining about like, oh, you know, modern gaming and like big studios and stuff, they're not making, you know, games for gamers anymore. They're making games for shareholders and stuff like that, which, like, to be clear, isn't 100% inaccurate in a lot of cases, but it more so just shows like, well, you're not actually playing any of these new games that are coming out, and yet you're saying that they're not making games for gamers anymore. So you're either like 110% just straight grifting, or you're like, you've fallen into this like mind drain trap where you're just getting your opinions from like, you know, big streamers or big content creators who are just saying like, oh, this game's bad, don't go play it. And then you're just doing that. You're letting somebody else make your decisions for you. And that's fucking cringe and embarrassing. Anyway, go play Fallout 76. I don't know. I just like, that's just me. I don't know. I feel I was so I do a monthly podcast, right? The Adam Cast, long form interview style podcast where I sit down with noteworthy members of the Fallout community, and we just kind of, you know, shoot the shit. We talk about what they do. We talk about you know, the modern state of the Bethesda ecosystem, of Fallout, of, you know, video gaming in general, this, that, and the other thing, yada, yada, yada. And, you know, that's the whole thing. That's the interview. I sat down with, I'm not going to spoil who it was, but I sat down with somebody, for a podcast or for an episode that's going to be coming out next week. So on Friday, this time next week, it will have been out. It's going to be coming out on Friday. And one of the things that we kind of like, you know, merged on, intersected on, agreed upon, is that like, there are so many people like, let me back up just slightly and let me not rephrase, but recategorize in a sense, add a little bit of backstory too. Over the past like 2 months, I want to say, maybe a little bit less, maybe like a month and a half, something like that. Hydrate, you got it. Listen to this. That wasn't as audible as I thought. Here, let me. You hear that? Yeah. Water. I gotta add sound effects to those. I need to get on that a little bit. But so like we'll say for the last like month, right? Main plot of Fallout 3. Hell yeah. We'll say for the last month, right? Over the course of the last month, there's been rumors. It might not even be a month, 100%, but over the past number of weeks, a couple weeks ago, there was supposedly a leak of episode 9. I believe it's episode 9, the final episode, the series finale of The Amazing Digital Circus, which, for people who don't know, was slated for next week, the week after, the 7th. Yeah, June 7th. It's going to be in theaters and stuff like that. And it's big deal. Everybody's excited. Yay! There was reportedly leaks that the movie had leaked out on the internet. A bunch of people saw it, and a bunch of people were like not happy with the way the movie ended, or the way the series ended. I don't know how it ends myself because I don't usually put too much stock in internet leaks like that, especially when it's like around a big media project, because it's like, oh, it turns out it was fake, or it's just going to like just spoil the experience, right? Like if I right now was all like, I want to know what the ending, what is your stream delay? Oh, like how long the delay is on between like yeah, like how long it is. Please don't tell me you watched it. That's the thing. So here's what I'm saying. If I wanted to right now know what the end of it is, I could probably find, like, you know, if I dug into it, I could probably find the leak thing and then I could watch it. But I don't want to do that for two reasons. One, there's not a 0% chance that anything that you fucking download doesn't have like a virus or malware or whatever on it. To jump back to that stream delay question, it's on YouTube. I have a zero latency thing. On Twitch or TikTok, it's probably a little bit. It's probably a little bit longer. But it shouldn't be super long. It's on Reddit. All the plot synopsis on Reddit. Like it's not like the actual episode, but somebody just posted like a plot synopsis because like they saw it. And see, like that's another thing. You don't even know if it's like real or not. But that's a whole nother thing. My point is, if I wanted to right now know what the end of the you know the episode was going to be, I'd go and I'd find it and leak it. But I don't want to do that because that's going to spoil the experience of watching it in real time, and also the experience of going to the actual real life out in the real world outside movie theater with my brother and going to go see that. And like, I don't want to fucking like ruin that experience. So like, I'm not going to go and watch it. I'm not going to go fucking spend a lot of time on the internet to go and fucking dredge that up from whatever depths it came from to fucking sit there and watch that whole experience. I'm not going to do that. Right? Please don't tell me your brother watches it. Yeah, I mean, we don't watch it like together, but like, I like it. It's kind of funny. I like some of the narrative stuff they're doing with it. Like the Amazing Digital Circus specifically. Neither of us has seen the last episode. Again, because we're both going to go see it in theaters and it's going to be fun. But my point so much as far as that goes is a lot of people were really upset about the way that the leaks describe the ending of the series to be. So much so that they've actually like they've like a certain sect of the fandom since the show came out, or probably more so since they found out that the creator is a trans woman, have just been like relentlessly bullying her, like, you know, saying all kinds of just like fucked up shit and just being like rude in general, but then like about the show, because there's so many people these days who, unless something goes specifically the way they want, they just say it's like absolute garbage and they just like throw a giant bitch fit about it, right? And so that's basically what happened here. Is a lot of people were very upset with the way the show ended, and they've just been saying a lot of, you know, really like not like really out of pocket shit. And then towards the, why does my video of your stream keep pausing on my phone while you're live? It could just be your internet's having like buffering issues or something like that. As far as I know, on my end, it's going free and clear. It could just be that your internet's goofy. I don't know. Try refreshing the stream. Sometimes that helps. But so like a lot of people are just being like super like out of pocket and not very, you know, neighborly about their opinions regarding the show. So much, or like how the show ends. So much to the point that Gooseworks, the creator of the show, has actually said that she's going to like fully step away from the project once it's all finished up, and I don't know, maybe also like step away from like animating for Glitch at all, which is wild because I think she has like a couple of other things that are active with Glitch right now. But you know, so much negativity and shit that she's just like, all right, I'm gonna step away from this whole thing because this is getting insane. And when I was sitting down to interview with this individual for the podcast, I ran through this exact same scenario, talking about like, oh, this is what's going on with the show. This is what's going on with that. It's not something that specifically is an issue with like Amazing Digital Circus fans or, you know, anime fans like One Piece, fucking, what is it? Like My Hero. I hear My Hero Academia has a toxic fandom and like stuff like that gets thrown around every once in a while, but it's not something that's specifically ingrained into these very specific communities. It's something that is more inherently widespread across fandoms, and more these days specifically is becoming a much bigger issue with, like, you know, people freaking out because something isn't going, or something doesn't play out exactly how they thought it would go. We see it in gaming a lot too. Fallout 4, Fallout 76, a lot of Bethesda stuff in general, a lot of other games just writ large. And I think that a lot of it stems from the escapism of real life, right? That there, because for like the longest time, people have seen, like, you know, fandoms like gaming or like niche communities, like, you know, Hell of a Boss, Has Been Hotel, fucking, you know, Glitchwork stuff, like communities like that rally around like specific kinds of mediums or specific kinds of, you know, worlds and universes and stuff like that. Going back forever, you know, My Little Pony, fucking Transformers, just like anything anything and everything. Star Wars, for fuck's sake. A lot of people who join these communities do so, one, because they like the franchise and the medium and stuff like that, but a lot of people also do it as a form of escapism, which I don't 100% know if that's entirely healthy, but, you know, people cope in different ways. People, you know, get into one thing because, like, you know, they don't want to be involved in a lot of the negativity that's going on in the real world and stuff like that. It's like, that makes sense. That's valid. And I think in a lot of cases that's actually smart. But we're seeing more and more of that because the real world around us is becoming more and more of a place that we want to retreat away from. So we find a lot more like solace and comfort in these communities like gaming, like fandoms and stuff like that. And so when we see things, we view these communities and these groups as like, you know, as like safe spaces, as predictable areas that we can sort of like control or are going to be constant. But then when they change in ways that we don't like because we're, you know, of a political or of a specific political ideology or of a specific we have a specific understanding of the world or how society should behave, or we just have specific expectations. And when the creative decisions that these source materials that these communities are built around go against that, then these people who are more so putting a lot more of themselves into these communities as a form of escapism have a much stronger negative reaction to this sort of change. All of that is to say, I think that people are putting too much of their emotional investment in these communities and in these fandoms. And I think that especially when it comes to like gaming specifically, we just need to start treating gaming more as like a hobby again, right? Because there's like, you know, there's creators and they kind of like, you know, me, like anybody you see on YouTube or who does like streaming and stuff like that. And we have like, you know, a vested interest in, you know, being able to carve out like, you know, a niche where we can talk about like, you know, this thing or that thing and have like strong opinions, strong definitive opinions on, you know, different things. But, and like outside of like people like that who are like actively engaged in the communities as like a form of social commentary, I think that everybody else really just needs to start treating these things as hobbies again, and not something that you throw all of your emotional and financial, you know, prospect behind. Because then when it inevitably, and it always is inevitably, whenever it inevitably goes in a direction that you don't like, it's not going to be like, you know, a family member stabbed you in the back. It's just like, hey, this medium or this franchise that I like is going in a different direction that, you know, I don't inherently like, whether that be I have a strong disagreement of it, or I'm just like, I don't really like that it's doing like this thing specifically. When they do that, inevitably, it's not like a complete world-shattering change to your entire outlook on life. It's literally just, oh, they're doing Fallout differently this time. Oh, no. Whoa. Drink again. Did you know that that Costco has new Fallout Soda Set 2? I don't know what Fallout Soda Set 2 is. Is that like a specific number? Like Set 1, Set 2, Set 3? And then like what soda is that? What are you talking about? What are you jibber jabbering about? I don't really want to do the Big Bloom again. Not a big fan of that one. I guess it's okay. I guess we'll do, it's a public event, so we'll do it anyway, because like maybe Bigfoot will show up, but like, I don't know. I don't really, I'm not the biggest fan of the whole like, oh, Bigfoot can like occasionally show up like at the end of like at the end of like fucking like an event. Like he might occasionally do that. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. They have Nuka-Cola. Oh, they have Nuka-Cola Victory. Oh, that's kind of cool. Fucking was it? So like the Fallout like Nuka-Cola stuff, like the promotional stuff, you know, Nuka-Cola Victory, grape, all that stuff. God, excuse me, Jesus. Intech Mouse on Twitch just described just subscription. Thank you for the subscription. Intech Mouse. It's been fun, but gotta go. Gotta get some sleep. Fair. Gotta get your beauty rest. You have a good night, my man. Thank you for the subscribble. Also, Sunset Sarsaparilla. Yeah. So, yeah. Also, Sunset Sarsaparilla. I have all of those except what is it? Nuka-Cola Quantum. I got all of them except the Quantum. The kind of fun thing is they're not like unique mixes or anything. They're not like unique sodas. They're just like rebranding of Jones's Jones Soda's already existing soda flavors, which, I mean, you know, I feel like that's not exactly like a giant secret. But that is to say, I have tried them all and they're pretty solid. Their root beer, I think their root beer is made with sugar cane, so it's a little bit sweeter, I think, if I remember correctly. But yeah, their stuff's pretty good. I'm trying to think of what one was like my favorite. The grape was pretty solid. Grape is an interesting flavor because like it can be like really overpowering sometimes, but then there's other times where it's like, this is the perfect amount of grape. And I think that their Nuka-Cola grape was like just the right amount of grape.
They just want to eat you alive and leave you for dead, like my ex-husband.
Oh my god. You got a bad ex-husband. My favorite was the Sunset Sarsaparilla. It's a pretty solid flavor. Root beer's pretty good. Where's the body? There it is. Yeah, they have more sodas for promotional set and a second promotional set. Oh, okay, I see. I get you. Yeah. Usually anybody who shows up to these events is really good at really good at murderizing. Are these the people who are still... Yeah, these are the people who are still here before. These guys are just apparently just hanging out. AFK grinding. Twould seem. Which, like, you know, whatever. I feel like there's... I remember there used to be, like, at least, like, a minor conversation around event campers to where, like, it was mostly, like... What was it? It was mostly around the Foshnot events, because, like, Foshnot is, like, every like, couple of seasons, where is it? Where is it? Somewhere around here. Yeah. Alveda. Ah, damn. I died. Every once in a while, there'll be a parade that goes through Helvetia, which is based on like a real parade and a real event that actually happens in the area and has been happening for like a long time. But there was this whole debate because the way that it works is every hour there's a parade, right? Every hour there's a parade that, you know, goes through the thing, they do the thing, yada yada, you fight a big monster and then you get a legendary. And it happens every hour. So there would be people who would just like load in, you know, just go AFK in that location, and then would have some sort of system to make it so that the game constantly recognized that they were, you know, still active and playing and hadn't, you know, AFK'd or anything. And so they would do that, and then they would just like be there constantly, and it's and you know, they're not present, so they're not helping with like the event or anything. And it created this little like mini conversation around it, like, man, like, isn't this bullshit that they're just kind of like just like sitting there not doing anything? And then like a lot of other people would point out, like, I mean, especially with like the number of like strong players that usually are always at the event because they also want to get legendaries and stuff, it's not like they're taking up slots, you know, to complete the event. It's not like they're, you know, getting in the way of completing the event. They're literally just like there, and, you know, like, what is it? Not manually. Like they're just passively collecting legendaries. Like, oh, okay, who's that hurting? What's that hurting? And it was one of those interesting conversations where it's like, at surface value, it's like, you know, yeah, it is kind of weird that like people are just like AFK farming the events and stuff like this. It does kind of look like, man, they're not helping. Why should they get the reward? But at the same time, they're also not hindering. So it's like, who gives a shit, right? I think that more so that's just like an interesting, like, it's not really like a litmus test, but it's almost like a personality test to like, you know, where you sort of like place the onus on other people. Like, do you see events like this as like community events where everybody has to like, you know, pitch in and like do their part? Or is it more just like an event that happens and then the community has a response to it? Not just in like, you know, Fallout 76, but like in practically like every game, right? I think Fallout 76, I think, is just a little bit more passive and a little bit more community friendly in that regard. Do you want to picture a cast of bottles of Sunset Sarsaparilla? It's on my back porch. I mean, if it looks cool, like, yeah, sure, post it in the Discord. Go crazy. Also, join the Discord. Everybody in chat to join the Discord. Follow, subscribe, etc., etc. Check out the Adamcast podcast. Yeah, this is Halvedia. What am I doing here again? I completely forgot. I'm just like, I'm here, let's go. And then I'm like, wait, where am I going? Let me jump back. Ooh, actually, let me jump to White Springs. We got an ad starting on Twitch here pretty soon. If you guys on Twitch want to see less ads, consider becoming a member. Shilling for Jeff Bezos. White Springs North entrance. Yeah, the resort. Refugi. There's anemones near me. Impossible. Ow. Why would you do that? You interrupted my fast travel magic. Quite rude and unacceptable. Yeah, the refugee. Because I'm pretty sure it's a little faster to go from the refugee place and then go into the mall from there. Okay. Welcome back to Twitch Gang. If you want to see the sounds on Twitch, consider becoming Alright. It's over here. Yeah, here we go. Alright, let's chunk up some legendaries. Oh, fuck, I completely forgot. I just remembered that earlier I went to go see Purveyor Murgarum. And originally I was going to go there to see what kind of stuff she had for, like, getting, like, legendary modules and stuff like that. And then I just didn't do that. Like, I was there and everything, and then I just fucking didn't do that. No, that's not great. Increased damage up to 130% as health decreases. Currently at 0%. Okay, yeah. And I think... Yep, okay. Posted in Discord images. Nice. Check it out after the stream. Oop. Nope. Yes. There we go. Let me get that out of the way. Oh, no. Now it's over here. Ooh. Actually, no. I just want to sell the grenades because everything else I can crunch up for bits and pieces.
Life is an adventure.
Let me do that real quick. Nice. Alright. Alright, so... let's sell this shit.
Prepare for danger. Prepare for adventure. Prepare for survival.
2. Okay. Making money, making cash, making money and making cash. I just remembered I actually... I'm in a little bit of trouble because I think I accidentally... Oh, wait, no, I gave myself something. Was it Scaly Skin? It was Talons. That was it. Yeah. I didn't want to give myself Talons. I accidentally did that on another stream. And, like, it's good for unarmed, but it also decreases my agility, which I don't want that.
Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success.
Do you think they should remaster Fallout 1 and 2 for the 50th anniversary of Fallout? Well, we know that Todd Howard said that he's not really interested in going that direction with... Hey, you got ammo in you. And that's all I care about. So Todd Howard said he's not really interested in going that direction with the franchise. That he feels that experiencing those games in their original format is like the best. Like if you want to play Fallout 1 and 2 go play Fallout 1 and 2. The caveat to that, the caveat to that, in my opinion, is that sort of creates a delineation. Is he talking about doing like a remaster, like not wanting to do a remaster of Fallout 1 and 2 to where like, oh, like it looks like, you know how they did it with Age of Empires, right? Where they had like the remaster of Age of Empires, and it's not like they basically just went in and just like updated the graphics and everything, maybe made the controls a little bit more modern. They didn't like go in and make it so that you could go into like first person or anything, right? It's still top down, the exact same game. It's just graphically it looks a little better and, you know, runs better, right? Whereas so Todd is either saying that like he's not real interested in remastering the game, but then like is he also saying that he's not interested in remaking the games to where you can experience Fallout 1 or Fallout 2 in like, you know, in like, you know, Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas or like Fallout 4's engine? Is he saying he's not really interested in doing that either? Me personally, I would argue he's saying like he's not planning to do either. Whether or not I think that there should be a remaster or a remake or anything like that from Bethesda proper as part of like an anniversary edition or anything. I think at one point I was probably a little bit more like on the fence about it. But I think I can pretty definitively say no, I don't think they should do that. For two reasons. One, I'm going to say for three reasons. One, from like a property rights perspective, I don't think they actually could do that, because while they do own the property and everything, like they own the rights to Fallout like writ large, I think it's kind of like poor taste to remaster a game that you didn't really have a hand in creating, like Fallout 1 and 2, right? I don't think it's good form. I think it's poor form if Bethesda tried to remaster or remake Fallouts 1 or 2, right? Because like, you know, it's not their game. So like, I think that the optics would be like, oh, Bethesda is just trying to milk the franchise, right? Especially with how, you know, obtusely critical some fans can be around Bethesda. From a quote unquote cultural perspective, I kind of agree with Todd. I kind of think that the older games, like if you want to experience the older games, Fallout 1 and 2, like you should go and play them. The downside is they were made for PC, and console players are just kind of locked out of that, so they can't really do that unless they like get a PC or something like that. But then like it is very much that, like if you want to play those games, you should play those games. But then the downside of that is they are very much like games of their time. Like that's kind of one of the reasons that I myself am not really interested in playing like, you know, Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout Tactics, anything like that, because they're such antique of their times games. You know, the difficulty on some of them, especially like Fallout 2 with like the notorious like first level where you got to like kill all those rats, or was that Fallout 1? One of them has like you start in like a cave or something, and like the rats are just like fucking like monsters, and they just like rip you to shreds 9 times out of 10, something like that. But like more so, I think the game design and like the controls and the pacing and like stuff like that, I don't think that that's something that as many gamers jive with. And I think that it would be something that would need a lot of reworking in order to bring it up to standard. And in fact, I actually know that because I had on, once again, the podcast, the Adamcast podcast, I had on Cullen Wino, who at one point was the lead developer on a fan mod called Vault 13, which was a remake of Fallout 2, if I remember correctly, in Fallout 4's engine. And he said specifically that there was one moment in the game where you have to like cross a pit or something like that, by like swinging across a vine or you know, something to that effect. In the original game, like the top-down perspective, that made sense. And from a technical level, it was easy to do and easy to implement. But in their 3D games, with how with how Fallout 4 is like designed, it was a much harder ask, and to just like copy it over one to one was doable, but it didn't feel right. You know, it didn't feel accurate. So they had to like redesign how you approach that section. And I think that if Bethesda, excuse me, sorry. I think that if Bethesda were to do that, it would be so much of a technical rework that it would kind of defeat the purpose of bringing those older games into a modern setting, and is, like he said, or like Todd said, much better experience just as they are. And from the third point, I think that it would kind of make, like, I think that games, like, projects like that are better done by the community anyway. I think that projects like that are like better as a modding endeavor, something that the community wants. And like, if the community wants to do it and Bethesda gives them the technology and the, you know, the ability to do so, fucking go for it. Like, absolutely. And then the benefit of that specifically is it creates this group of people that develop these skills to do these more complex things. And then, as we've seen with a lot of other developers from, like, you know, Fallout London and, you know, other projects, they then can use those skills, turn around and get a job with Bethesda creating, you know, better and better games. So I think that specifically, I think, is just sort of not 100% unique, but like more so unique to Bethesda specifically, because it creates kind of this like creator to like industry creative pipeline, which I think is really cool. I think that the way Bethesda does that, or like the way that Bethesda is sort of enabling and promoting people to, you know, tinker with their tools so that it's kind of like an easy hiring pool kind of thing. I think that that's kind of neat. And we know that it works because we've seen modders like, you know, King Gath, Eleonora, Ropaket, you know, to name a few, do just that. They mod with these games and then they turn around and they either, in the case of like, you know, King Gath and Eleonora, create mods that then go up on like, you know, in creations and stuff like that, and they get paid for the work that they do, or they go on and they become like actual employees like Grilled Turkey or Ropaket of Bethesda, and then are working for Bethesda in a game development situation. I think that that's really cool. And that's why I don't think they should remake Fallout 1 or 2. In so many words. Like, would I be opposed if they did remake Fallout 1 and 2? No, I think that'd be pretty cool, especially again for the console fans. I think that it would be cool for them to have the opportunity to experience these older games and all the, you know, uniqueness that comes along with them. But yeah, I think that it'd be cool. I just don't think that it's something that they should, like, you know, put a whole lot of like immediate stock into, right? I don't think it should be a priority. If they do make it, sure, cool. If they don't, you know, the community will. How about making it so they can go on to console? I think that for the older games specifically, like Fallout 1 and 2, it's going to be like a massive rework to make that happen, because the original games were made so very clearly for PC that to make them compatible with controllers, it would just be easier to make, consoles better compatible with PC games, like fucking plug a keyboard or anything like that into it, rather than trying to make a controller work. I don't know if anybody's actually going to show up for this mission. Project Paradise isn't exactly the most beloved of activities. Mainframe terminal, initiate the experiment. I could probably do this solo, but I don't really want to do this solo if nobody else is going to show up. Just let the joystick move the cursor around. It's not just that. It's just like a completely different gaming experience. There's not only the cursor, but then there's also the different mechanics that the older games had. There's different levels of RNG, and like it's one of those things where, especially like RNG and like the difficulty of the games themselves, I think that part of it is just like the games are just too difficult. It's just too difficult for maybe not a large amount, but like a decent amount of the console community to like readily accept. It's like, oh, maybe this is just me being mean or whatever, but like the console experience is a more casual experience, and I don't think that many people are going to pick up Fallout 1 and 2 and then, struggle through the what is it? The difficulty level, especially in like Fallout 2 with like the rat or whatever. The difficulty curve is just going to turn a lot more like casual players off. They're not going to come here for that experience, especially since you think a lot of the people who are going to come in and play those games are already Fallout fans, and they probably became Fallout fans from the modern games, right? 3 and onward, which compared to, Fallout 1 and 2 are much easier. They accept Elden Ring and Dark Souls. So they don't. Elden Ring and Dark Souls players do. So if you're not somebody, and I know this from experience. So like I actually have the perfect what is it? I have the perfect not test, but like I have the perfect example of this. I am not a Dark Souls fan. I didn't play Dark Souls. I didn't play Bloodborne. I didn't play There's some other Souls-like game besides Elden Ring. I can't remember what it is at this point. But before Elden Ring, I wasn't like that's not the gaming experience I'm out here for. I don't like overly hard games that in some cases are just designed to piss you off, right? That's not my play style. And like excessively hard. Oh, hey, look at this. What up, big boy? He died. Somebody murdered the vengeful Mothman at my camp, and now he is here forever. His soul haunts my base. Very cool. But like those kind of experiences, like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, stuff like that, or well, Dark Souls and Bloodborne specifically. I was never really drawn to those from either a setting perspective or like a gameplay perspective. I'm not the biggest fan of like super hard, like challenging games like that, right? When it came, I can't even remember how I got into like Elden Ring specifically, but like I played the game, like I decided like I'll check it out. And, everybody's hyping it up, gassing it up. I'll check it out. And I did, and I ended up really, really enjoying it. it definitely kind of, you know, ticked me off some of the more like, you know, bullshit kind of segments. But overall, I'm like, yeah, okay, I like this. I see where the appeal is. You know, you go in, you suck at the game, especially if you're like brand new, and then like you slowly like get better and better and better. I like that. I'm good at that. I can do this. And you know, I fuck around with the builds and stuff. I get good at like you know, dodging, you know, placing myself tactically and stuff like that. And I get good at it. I keep going. At some point specifically, I can't remember where. I think I got all the way up to. I know I fought Radon with a couple of friends. Can't remember how far I got soloing, but there was like a couple of bosses that I did that I needed like help with. And then I got like a friend or two. But yeah, for the most part, I did that game by myself, of my own skills and abilities. But I have a friend who is more so. He specifically isn't a fan of turn-based games or like strategy-based games that are like that. He's a much more like I want like live stuff. I want to be able to just, you know, get in and go. It's funny. I kind of recommended him Expedition 33. One, because I know he would absolutely love the story. But he's like, the combat style isn't something that he's super interested in. But I showed him like, hey, there's actually like a dodge and parry system, so you're not just, you know, standing there taking the hit or like hoping that the RNG is going to roll in your favor and you're not going to like, you know, take damage. But point is, he also played Dark Souls, and if I'm remembering, oh, you got my kitty. Hello, Pumpernickel. You get the pet. I think he also said that he saw like a lot of the appeal and stuff like that. But he was just like not good at the game, right? He would like it was just a much bigger like uphill struggle for him. And like, you know, he played the game a little bit. He played the game a fair amount, but then like, you know, because of the difficulty level, he set it down and never played it again. It just lost him. And for console players, which he primarily is, if the game is too hard, you're gonna lose people. So for Fallout 1 and 2, because there is that difficulty level to it, not only in the beginning, but then like across the entirety of the game, I don't think it would fly very well. I think it would come out, like, if they were to do it, I think that it would come out. A lot of the old heads would be like, oh my God, yes. I think a couple of the newer gen people, like, again, Fallout 3 and on, would probably be like, okay, I'll check it out. I'll try it out. Maybe like 90% of the old heads would play all the way through it. 50% of the new gen people, again, Fallout 3 and on, would probably maybe play all the way to the end of both of them, maybe just one of them. And then like the new gen with like Fallout 76 and Fallout Prime and stuff like that, they'd probably maybe 30% of them would actually pick it up, and then maybe like 10% would actually play the game or like finish the game. The ROI on like the amount of people who are actually going to proceed, not just buy the game, because that's one of the things that I think a lot of people don't factor into in like the modern gaming landscape, is that it's not just about buying the game, it's also the reception around the game. And I think that especially with Bethesda's reputation, I think that just a lot of it's just like the juice just isn't worth the squeeze. They wouldn't get enough positive PR around the game or enough positive hype around those two games, like, you know, 6 months to a year out, to really justify remaking the games. That's just my opinion, but I don't see it as being something that Bethesda thinks is really gonna, you know, move the needle for them. I actually just remembered I gotta drop off all this spoiled meat that I have. Let me get these guys real quick. How about Hollow Knight Silk Song? That's designed to make you mad sometimes. And like, that's sort of like the same thing, but like a different layer about it, because part of it is sort of like the 2D aspect of it. But again, like if a game is designed to be difficult, like designed to be difficult and designed to be challenging, like Hollow Knight or like the Souls series, if it's designed that way, but has like a natural progression to grow stronger and stronger and stronger and better and better and better, I think that that is good game design, because the game is inherently challenging you to be better, right? But that's not the problem that we find with like Fallout 1 and 2. Yeah, there are certain areas that are just harder by default, and there, I suppose, an argument could be made. It's like, well, you just gotta get good and stuff like that. But I think the bigger problem is they were just from a time where game design was a lot more antiquated, and a lot more people were just sort of, you know, doing their best with the game designs that they have. You know, like what they thought was going to work and was going to be like, you know, challenging was literally just like too hard, right? We see that in a lot of older games like Battletoads, right? And like not just Battletoads, there's like I'd have to like actually look up some examples, but like there's a lot of like older games that were created like at the time, oh, here's this like really challenging part, but in reality was just kind of unfair, right? Just kind of like not fair. And that sort of translates into difficulty, but it doesn't mean the same thing to overcome something because it was difficult, or to just struggle against something because it was poorly designed. You feel good when you overcome a boss in Elden Ring because you learned his attack patterns and you learned like, you know, how to do the most damage to him. But if it's like a bullshit mechanic, or just a not very, how do I say it? A not very well tuned mechanic, then the feeling of accomplishment you get is like, thank God I finished that, and now I don't have to worry about it ever again, right? Compared to overcoming a boss, it's like, yes, I did it, I got stronger and shit like that. For Fallout 1 and 2, it just doesn't have that. In my opinion, it just doesn't have that. That game should not have won Game of the Year. Hollow Knight Silk Song should have won. You cannot change my mind. I can. But it's going to take a while. Actually, not even a long while. Just a recontextualization of what Game of the Year means. It wasn't made for Fallout 76 and Fallout Prime games. Yeah, like, exactly. It was an older game, and it wasn't even supposed to be, like, a franchise. Like, Tim Kaine himself said that Fallout 1, like, he didn't want to do Fallout 2. He did Fallout 1, and then wasn't real interested in doing Fallout 2, and then Bethesda inevitably bought it up after Black Isle tried to do a whole bunch of games and stuff with it, and now it's a franchise and a series. Originally, it was just supposed to be like a one-and-done thing. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel should be made to run on all consoles. Old and new. It's the best game ever. I played Brotherhood of Steel a little bit. See, Brotherhood of Steel is interesting. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, Brotherhood of Steel. I was thinking Tactics. Never mind. It's immersing you in the world of the game because your character would be feeling, thank God I got over that. What? Message above this message is a joke. Not entirely. I say what more specifically, I don't fucking know what you're talking about. But like it's a joke, I don't know. Whatever. We got an ad starting on Twitch here pretty soon, but if you want to see less ads on Twitch, consider becoming a member. Shilling for Jeff Bezos. Alright, let's go do another fucking stupid decryption ass. Stupid fucking daily ops. I like the daily ops, I just don't like decryption. In my opinion, it sucks nuts. Bam. Okay. I'm gonna track and eliminate enemies.
And whoever's spying on us.
Fuck, I forgot to drop off the spoiled meat again. I'm just gonna be carrying the spoiled meat around for the rest of my existence. Don't worry about it. Help the Rust King's Beastmaster armor to train the Deathmark. Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm doing a decryption so I can get more fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire, let me do what you desire. That's not the, that's Doom. That's not,
Anyone getting killed out there.
that's not the other song. Oh wait, she's up there. Yeah. I think I got her. What? Stop it. Stop shooting at me. It's fucking rude. You fucking piece of shit. Ow. Well, don't do that. Whoop.
Okay. An enemy in the area is carrying the code we'll need. Can't shut down the interceptors without it. Kind of hazy on who exactly it is, but my money's on whichever one looks the most important.
That's not a descriptor. That's not really anything, actually. They should remake Fallout 4 for the Xbox 360. No, they should demake Fallout 4 for the Xbox 360. I can't remember what game it like originally started with, but I remember seeing it was like it probably wasn't originally, but I remember seeing like a TikTok trend or something, or like we demade like this specific game to look like it was, you know, made to run on like a fucking Game Boy or something like that. Which I think that's kind of interesting. Like, you know, maybe not like specifically like 8-bit or whatever, but like, you know, sort of like de-res a game to where it like, hey, you know, maybe like Fallout 4, right? Or even like Fallout 76. Like remake, like de-res it so that it looks more like, I don't know, like an early, like a PlayStation 1 game, right? Like things are a little bit more polygonal, or like I don't know. I was going to say a PlayStation 2 game, but then it's like that's going to make it just look like it's got bad lighting. But like, you know, stuff like that. I think that like from an artistic standpoint, that's kind of interesting. Man, I can't remember what game that was. I know there's like a couple of games that like somebody did like a filter or whatever. Like we like demade the game or whatever. It's kind of funny.
Should be in your area now. Try to take him out without letting the rest of this merry gang know.
I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Okay. Let's just melt these guys real quick.
Good work getting the code.
Yeah, no problem. There it is.
Anticipate reinforced enemy presence in the area.
I should remake the Elder Scrolls to Daggerfall. Like, remake Daggerfall. Wait, what? They should remake the Elder Scrolls. Oh, typo. They should remake Daggerfall. Wasn't Daggerfall that one where like it technically has like the largest map in the world because it just uses a lot of procedurally generated bullshit? If you like try to manually travel from point to point, or like it could take like hours to get to the next location, or like, you know, like between city and city. Was that the one, or am I misremembering? Up. We gotta go up. I gotta find the man. I gotta set him on fire. Don't you challenge me. Yes? Okay, I figured as much. I mean, like, that on a mechanical level, they could definitely do, because they just use basically the same technology that they made, that they did with, they did with Starfield. But, like, then, hilariously enough, actually, people would be complaining in the exact same manner that they did with Starfield. Like, oh, it's all procedurally generated bullshit. Why did Bethesda fucking handcraft stuff for this fucking ginormous fucking game with all this, you know, fucking just empty space between it? Like, because that's not the point. Like, that's the thing I constantly, like, bring up whenever anybody's like, oh my god, there's just, like, so much fucking nothingness in Starfield. Like, yes, welcome to space. There's not a lot of stuff. But it's nostalgia. Yeah, that's true. That's probably the only thing that would actually stop people from being like, oh my god, this game isn't total ass because all of this empty procedurally generated space. But when they did it with Starfield, it was total garbage. Like, oh, okay. Sure. All right. Oh, damn. I thought there was a hole over here. Nope. Is it just me and him? I thought there was a third person in here. Here. I'm turning off the machine.
Well, that's that. Not sure what sort of nefarious plot involves spying on the Brotherhood, but y'all put an end to it. Good on ya.
Okay.
Head home.
Alright, let's jump back. Let's do that. Let's get our reward, and then we'll jump back. I guess we'll go to... Actually, I probably have some extra shit I could probably get rid of. Let's go to the White Spring. No, not the service entrance. We want to go here. Yes. Yes. I watched your Fallout Smasher Pass video. Some of the options were very questionable. What do you mean by options? Like some of the quote unquote companions that were presented.
They don't respond well to manners, do they?
They should remake the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Oh yeah, fucking I don't know if you guys saw. It's a little bit older at this point, but like apparently somebody made it so that you can fucking you can play Skyrim in Fallout 4. Like you find like a Pip-Boy, you find like a copy of Skyrim in Fallout 4 in like a holotape form, and you can like play it in game. I think that's really funny. I don't know how much it actually is like the full game. I think it might just kind of be like a little bit of like a slideshow or a demo kind of thing. I haven't actually looked at... That was actually probably would have been something that I probably could have done today if the Fallout 4 stuff was actually working. But if it is actually like the whole of Fallout 4 or of Elder Scrolls of Skyrim in Fallout 4, that would be fucking hilarious. It's like it's the whole fucking like Doom meme where like you can play Doom on anything. Or like we can put Skyrim on anything. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I need to go back here and fucking get rid of all this spoiled meat. No, like it showed, oh wait, what? It showed Billy the Ghoul, Kid, and Dogmeat. So I think I actually stated this. I can't remember if I stated this in the video or not, but like, it's all option. It's specifically Fallout companions. And then we just list all of them, because if we went with actual Fallout companions, the video would have been over in like 5 minutes, because it's like boo, like it would have been the guys from Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and then Fallout New Vegas, and like that was our only. And then I guess technically the guys from like the first couple of games, but like. To make it, like, really interesting, you include everybody that technically becomes a companion, which includes anybody that follows you for any amount of time. That's why there's, like, random mercenaries there, or Dogmeat, or Ghoul, Billy. And it's just like, all right, it's technically a companion, throw them in there. And, like, I wasn't the one who compiled the I wasn't the one who compiled the listicle. I told a fan, like, who was somebody in the Discord. I think I actually even posted about it in the Discord back then. I'm like, hey, I need somebody to do this. I can't do it myself because it's going to spoil a lot of the, like, you know, quote unquote surprise of the, you know, of the concept. So like I need somebody else to do it. And I told them, like, hey, if it's like, you know, whatever, go on the wiki. If it's marked as a companion in any capacity, throw it on the list. If it's like, you know, sus or weird or anything, I guess I'll just fucking deal with it in... I didn't even say that, but like, I was like going in like, okay, well, dog meat's probably going to be counted as a companion. So if when I come across dog meat, like, you know, any of the iterations, I'm just going to be like, all right, can't smash that. But it's like, I'm not passing. I'm just like, we can't do that. That's not in the Bible, you know? But like, I don't know. That's probably why I didn't say smash on him, you know? Because I'm not out here trying to be a fucking Minecraft YouTuber. Or like that one furry that was all like actually like doing fucked up shit. That doesn't narrow anything down at all, but you know, you guys know. You guys know what I'm fucking talking about. Where do I actually put the spoiled meat? Would the spoiled meat go in here? Shane Dawson? No, there's somebody else. I can't remember the name. I remember the only thing I remember is that he was mentioned in like a Turkey Tom video, and it was like. So it's not actually the person I was thinking of, but the hypnotist Sappho thing very much sums up the situation I'm referencing. If you know, you know. If you don't know, maybe keep it that way. Like you would probably be best not knowing the things that I know. You dare defy the word of the mighty Jimmy? God, I love Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It's so fucking stupid and hilarious. Are they in here? What do I... hold on a sec. Vertipe, is it in... Yeah, spoiled meat. What do I do with the spoiled meat again? Oh, yeah. I think... Wait. Yeah, I can make fertilizer out of it. Let me see here. Yao Guai pastry? Where the fuck did I get this from? This is pretty fucking badass looking, actually. It's like a bear claw, but it's an actual bear claw. That's pretty cool. Let's put these guys in here. Spoiled fruit. Did I get all of it? I don't remember. I think we make it here, right? No? Oh, wait, no, I remember. It was at the chemistry station. Yeah, this one. Liberty Prime, smash or pass? Pass. Like I'm kind of a fucking bore about it, and I think even in the video I was kind of a fucking bore about it because it's like I took in consideration like practicality, right? So like with Liberty Prime, it's the practicality of like scale. And it's just like, well, that's not gonna work. Pass. Acid, rock, crystal. Do I need crystal shards? No. Acid. Oh, I could do. Yeah. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Yeah. And then we'll do the steel. Oh, there we go. Okay. Healing. Stim packs. Oh, I did the diluted one. I didn't want to do that. Shit. Yeah. Oh, well. I'm going to get more stim packs anyway. Oh, wait, actually. I would need more stable cobalt flux. Probably easier to get that off Reddit. Go to, like, the marketplace rather than try to actually find the materials, which would just be a pain in the ass. Because I'd have to go and do a nuke run, which solo for me actually isn't that difficult. But, like, yeah. Yeah. You said smash on Codsworth and Mrs. Nanny Curie. Yeah? So? Well, you want to fucking fight about it? I don't, 'cause, like, sometimes, especially with something, with a listicle like Fallout, where there's so many robots, sometimes you just gotta fucking lean into the meme, you know? Just do it. Modded, shrunken down Liberty Prime, same. Like, same, pass. What is your opinion on the Fallout 76 fishing update? I actually kind of like it. It's kind of nice. It doesn't have like the best controls, but like overall, it's kind of pretty solid. And I like that you can like do it in like literally any body of water. Like I got this little fucking pond right out here, right outside my base, so I can literally just run over here and then just like, bloop. Now I'm fishing. Look at me, Ma. I'm fishing in the rain. Now I gotta remember how to actually do this shit. No! Yeah. See, because, like, the fishing reel, like, I mean, you guys can't see it as good because, like, you know, it's behind me and stuff, but like, a little dial opens up, right? And then you have to, like, stay on, you have to, like, move a radial cone into this line where the fish is, and the farther the fish gets from the center, the closer it is to escaping. And the problem is, it starts so close to the edge that you gotta like immediately like switch to where the fish is. And if you're not quick enough, like you're like 100% going to lose the fish. And there's like upgrades you can do to make it so that, you know, that changes, like it's not as quick. Like it starts closer to the center. But like, I don't really like that a whole lot. I kind of wish that it was just, because it's like, it's a one thing, right? You can only do one upgrade on it. I kind of wish you could do, you could just like, and it's like locked too. Like you have to accomplish specific things, with the fishing upgrade in order to like get those, you know, get those. Why are you, what the fuck? Sorry, for whatever reason, my my PNG guy was just kind of pushed to the foreground of my third monitor, and just all of a sudden, bam! Here's Toshi. What? And then, boop, he's gone. It moves to the background. That was weird. Oh no, it's Tolliver Foshi back again to cast doubts upon my streams. Oh no. So Stardew Valley minigame, but 3D and a circle. I wouldn't know, unfortunately. I have not played Stardew Valley myself. But like, I mean, maybe. Oh yeah, now the PNG thing is frozen. Oh no. No. I'm out. Yeah. Fucking try and put up a fight. I'll take you down. Okay, now it's working again. Alright, cool. Sweet. I missed what kind of fish that was. Go for one more. Let's get something good. Are you looking for me? I mean, it'd be cool, but I mean, not at this exact moment. I actually want the spotted one. I want that green spotted one. That one's cool. The big bloom. Nope. Yeah. I don't think this is the right place to find axolotls anyway. Sunscream. Let's go. What if I use 10k channel points to end the stream, but I do not have those 10k channel points to end the stream? Well, then nothing happens. You're going to try to redeem it, but you don't have the channel points for it. Plus, we are already at that point. Yes, unfortunately, this is the end of the stream. Welcome, 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 welcome to the end of the stream. We're going to be wrapping up Fallout Friday today. Kind of this one was a little bit more of as you guys who have been here for a while, more of a just a casual kind of hanging out, chilling, vibing kind of stream. As I said at the near the top of the stream, Fallout 4 modding right now specifically is in sort of a halt until the until the address library specifically updates, because a lot of mods depend on the address library, and it, as of right now, just hasn't upgraded or hasn't been updated since the 100 gigabyte patch dropped. But if you're playing it on console, you have a lot more space to play around with mods. So go crazy, have fun, just be mindful of the temperature of your machine, because we've had at least one person in chat say that their machine has actually been heating up because of how many mods they're running. So just be mindful of that, but have fun. There was also some weird situation where, for whatever reason, I just can't download mods from the Nexus. I think the Nexus is just having a weird day right now. But yeah, good times. We just kind of got in, goofed around in Fallout 76 a little bit. One of the things that because I also talked about like series that I want to do on the on streaming. We're not starting any of them yet. I have a couple of ideas. Like I said, I kind of want to do a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. I kind of want to do at some point I kind of want to do a Pokemon Nuzlocke. I'm not sure if I want to wait until like Winds and Waves comes out, or if I want to make it like a separate thing. I don't know. That's kind of a, that's an on the horizon thing. I got a couple of other ideas I want to do for like streaming series. There's, smaller things that we can jump back into. Like, somebody mentioned, Outer Worlds. Sometime this weekend, I'm going to try to get together some friends, and we're going to play, the new game by Aggro Crab, which are the same people that made, Another Crab's Treasure, as well as, what was it? Peak. It's called Crash Out Crew. It's nothing super crazy. It's just like a fun little like $8 fucking party game. It's pretty fun though. I kind of like it. Figured it'd be fun to get together with friends, play it around a little bit, have fun. But next week, so like this week, stream as normal, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Next week is Summer Games Fest. So we're going to be doing that all week. 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Friday. There's not going to be Fallout Friday. That's when the showcase starts. And then it's going to be the same Saturday and Sunday as well. And so we'll like if we start any new series, it's going to be after next week. As far as this week, like I said, standard as normal. We'll probably do Crash Out Crew on Sunday. Tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do. Like I said, it's not going to be a series, but I'll find something fun for us to do. The secret stream that we usually do on Sunday mornings, where I've been playing with like, a bunch of friends, Monkey, Witchy, Zam, all that good stuff. We haven't been able to meet for the last couple of weeks because of like multiple different things. But I'm almost 100% sure we're going to be able to meet again this week. So we'll be jumping back into Grounded on Sunday, continuing our group playthrough, which is going to be really fun. I think we're all really excited to jump back into that. For now, though, I thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, like and comment, share, subscribe, ring the bell. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch or on TikTok, hit the follow button. Helps me out a whole hell of a lot. I stream every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, with the secret stream on Sunday mornings, usually around like 9 or 10 o'clock. I don't fucking know. It kind of all depends. Yeah, helps me out a whole lot. If you want to see more from me, check the links in the description. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Blue Sky, Discord, and, of course, the Adamcast podcast, the podcast I run, interviewing unique and interesting characters across the Fallout fandom. King Gath, Eleonora, Nywall, fuck, I just looked at it yesterday. Who was it? A bunch of different modders, a bunch of different content creators. Court, the YouTuber Court, really, really, really interesting kind of guy. We have a new interview that's going to be dropping next week, Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So be on the lookout for that. I'll be posting about the early access Patreon starting on Monday. And it's going to be great. I think it's going to be fun. I think you guys are going to like it. This was a good one. But we got a lot going on. The weekend's here. Let's have fun with it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You guys have a good day, a good evening, a good morning, whatever time it happens to be where you are. Drink plenty of water, eat good food, and figure out the best way to enjoy your weekend. Go outside. On top of, coming to watch me stream. It's going to be great. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Goodbye.